Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now. Wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Islamism. Okay, so first and foremost, greetings and how y'all doing? Sunstar El Yah. It is nice to be back with you here for episode 19 of A New Wave of Thinking. Okay, so something I learned. You hear me echoing?
No.
Okay, so I was talking to Lady Che today, and she was like, I know what it is. She was like, because she been running the boards on the shows, simultaneously at times. And she told me to go in to the show on YouTube and mute the show so there would be no feed.
We froze. Now we frozen. Okay.
It's like a double effect that's happening. You know what I'm saying? It creates a double sound, an echo in the sound, because it's like it's broadcasting from two positions.
And you just froze.
Okay, so you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, so it's operating, it's shared through StreamYard. So the StreamYard is capturing the sound for the YouTube, and the YouTube is capturing the sound for itself. So then it ultimately creates an echo. Right?
Okay,
Lady Che, she was like, I could tell you on the show tonight. I was like, yeah, but I think I got it. I know what it is. So I'm gonna go ahead. I ain't gonna wait to do it. I'm gonna start at that point. So this is where we are. Okay. You always ask me first, but I'm gonna ask you first today. How has your week been?
Oh wow. My week has been great. But and I told him I was gonna mention his name. I taught the true lie.
Oh, you did.
Well, through messages, through
Yeah, but
Facebook.
he reached back in communication.
Yeah, but he
I told you he's a little bit combative.
and so like he doesn't understand. Only thing I'm trying to express to him is you sounded like you had some knowledge and something that the people could use. So we want you to come and introduce that to us and lay that down in front of us and see what that looked like. Now, of course, with that, there are going to be questions. There can't be questions because of what you say. That's not fair to that's not fair to everybody. But this is his attitude. Like when I told him we're the students, he writes back, well, you act like you're giving orders. I never gave any or anything like that. But I did. Aren't we always students until death? We always learning, right? And if you have a message where it does correct something we're saying we're doing, have I ever been to argue about correction? But he said he'll have to kick me out of his class.
Oh man. See, yeah, he'll kick people out real fast. Yeah, he done kicked me out. I done got kicked out. I done got cussed out up and down, and I done got jumped on by followers and everything else. Trust me. He has faithful followers that stick with him. You know what I'm saying? On anything. It don't matter what you got going on or whether you're considered right or wrong in your mind. His people are going to attack if he feels like you are a threat in his environment.
Well, the last thing I just wrote was in their holy book, something like my sheep know my voice. But maybe I made a mistake. I'm just a man.
Okay, well, as saying your sheep know your voice, you speaking out may have and the questions that you were asking, which are valid questions because you come from a mind of wisdom. You come from a mind of mass experience in this walk, and you have years on him. So that in itself is and it's not like you just woke up and then you just jumped in at this age. You know what I'm saying? You was brought up in this information. You was brought up in this energy. It is embedded within you. You were conceived in this energy.
That's
So
why I'm in.
this is who you are. So when you say my sheep know my voice, when you speak, you sound like his shepherd. And if he's being the shepherd of his sheep, he doesn't want his sheep to hear you speak or to question him on anything, to have him to answer to you as if you are his shepherd.
But when I said that, it's like, wait, brother, the cosmos, the words that you're speaking, my sheep know my voice. So that's when I heard Alaska, automatically I said, when Moors hear you, they're going to agree with what you're saying as far as the wasp, because I am that shepherd. I hear the word. So if you want to talk any of the religion, I hear the word unite us all, that bring us all together past the fluff, past your particular prophet, and you trying to get everybody to follow your particular prophet. I choose to follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I say that very clear of my own, because after telling them our only problem is calling ourselves African American and then showing the results from studying law and stuff, nothing has been wrong. So I accept that because it's about nation building and us being our own government.
Right.
But then it answers because we study Ma'at, we study all of that. We study alchemy. We study the alchemy of our sound. So for somebody to start speaking like a wasp, like the Messiah code, I hear it as it's coming out. I'm the shepherd. And so when that brother spoke, I heard his heart and the truth he was speaking. So maybe we can all do this together. But
Right. You got to be wanting to work with people. See, I believe, and this is just me speaking honestly and openly about the situation because I have been involved for so long, and I've seen things, and I heard things, and so what it seems like is like he's been hurt, he's been injured, and mostly by men. And so, of course, there's going to be some stigmatism, put on any man coming through this movement because people will come around you and they will sit under you, listen to you, and then they will take your information and then begin to use your information without giving you credit and then talk to you crazy. So he's knowledgeable. He has a wealth of information, and he don't feel like he got to prove that to nobody. If you're gonna come to class and listen to me speak, then come to class, sit down, and be quiet. Pretty much. Don't come here to talk. Don't come here to ask no questions. I came to present what I came to present, and he'll give the audience an opportunity, in the comments. He'll respond to some comments, but a lot of times if you're coming with information, or if he feels challenged in such a way, no matter who it is, me, you, whatever, because he's felt like I've challenged him and all I did was ask a question. I don't even remember it being that serious, but he always will take it there. And I was like, okay, is this like punk me type? You know what I'm saying? Is this, you know what I'm saying? Are y'all playing with me, or is this for real? So then when I started getting attacks from other people, I'm like, oh, they for real. You know what I'm saying? Like for real attacking me for that. And all I was doing was asking questions. So when the men of these movements turned against me, so did the women. They didn't stand by me. And if they did eventually walk away from those platforms, they didn't continue on their work, their body of work. They forgot all about everything we had talked about prior to coming into that fold. You understand what I'm saying? Because life happens. And so people get off the road, and then you still see me on the road, and you like, how is she still hanging on? And she done been through this. But we have all been through something. Okay? We've all been through something.
And that part right there of on the road in a conversation, it was relayed to me for the things that I talk about. It's when we get there. Y'all don't realize
you kind of choppy.
I'm choppy.
Yeah, now you've been choppy for a while, but it ain't cleared up. Maybe because you're on the StreamYard too, you should go in and mute your YouTube as well. Like pull YouTube up on another tab and then mute the video.
If I do that now, I have to go out and I'm gonna be off for a minute.
Oh,
to get it.
You can't. Oh, you're not on the computer.
No, ma'am. I'm on tablet. And every time I touch a button on here, I shut myself off earlier on.
Yeah, I got you. So, okay. So,
So I let.
Go ahead.
I will.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no, no. Good, good. I'll talk slower.
Okay, yes.
So, earlier this week, I was in a conversation where I was told that the things that I talk about are like in the future. And I don't think we realize that we are in the future.
Yes.
Now, the things that I talk about are the way I carry myself, and the things that you talk about are supposed to be how you carry you. So at every position, we're Moorish and or free beings operating and facilitating our own governance. And if you're not doing that, then that's your slack. That's what you're not doing. But I'm doing it. And so you can't tell me it's in the future. It's now. And so the remedies that are being applied, you as an individual must apply them all. And if you don't, you can't complain, or as we discussed the other day, if we're always discussing their problem, then who's handling ours?
Okay. Right. That part.
Go ahead,
Right.
Sai.
No, you're absolutely right. And I just had this conversation earlier with Lady Ch. Not had this conversation, but I heard the context coming into the conversation while I was speaking with Lady Che earlier today. And so brother, so I was I was thinking, remember you said that. And then I was like, this is gonna come up because it has to. Because why I allowed she said she was talking something about the why she didn't like the way things were handled, and she wanted to get into it and talk about that. And so I wasn't like, no, we're not talking about that. You know what I'm saying? I want her to come on and feel free to open up and express herself, and to communicate about whatever it is that she wants to converse about while she's on the show. But at the same time, we're already prepared for that conversation. And so I didn't want to get into it, because if it comes up, then we'll address it at that time. But that is our stance, though. We're not worried about what is going on within their government. Yes, we are aware, we are paying attention, but we are not spending hours focused on their strategies. If we are watching what they're doing, indeed, and in fact, we should be building our own strategies based on what we see, what we know, and what we can do. So, therefore, our forces become strong because we are building what is needed and necessary because of what is lacking. And so that's our stance. Right? Okay. So this week for me has been adventurous, if we dare to travel along the roads of El Christina Ma'at Akshita Veda. All right. So first, we'll get back into the tough stuff in a minute. First, my brakes went out. No, and then that we fixed that, brakes fixed. Then my battery died, and I couldn't understand why things was happening in the car. Now it makes sense why I was losing, the sensors was going down and things like that. The car was slowly shutting down to let me know that the battery was dying, but the battery light wasn't coming on. So so I didn't know I needed to check the battery, and I'm taking it for service and everything. They should be testing the battery when they got it back there to know, you know what I'm saying, if it's about time for me to get a new battery. They ain't said nothing about no battery. So now I end up having to have a new battery. I can't do it because I can't work. I ain't got no money. My money is short because I can't work. And in the midst of all of this, my back goes out. I learned that I have a bulging disc in my back. That was last week. This week I had to go back because the pain medication that they gave me was not working. And so there's no damage to my nerve. And it's basically just tightness. And, I need to be, I need help getting things done. So today I started physical therapy. And we did this thing called needling, which is similar to acupuncture. But what he does is he takes the sterile needle and he found all the points where I need help. Where, you know what I'm saying, where and figured out whether it was nerve or muscle or, you know what I'm saying, something else. So he did 5 points today. He wanted to do 8. I was like, I think we should just stick with the 5. So, the whole process is to stick the needle in the sore spot because that is an indication of scar tissue. Now, scar tissue in your body doesn't always come from a major injury. It could come over time, wear and tear. If your body tighten up, you're not moving enough or getting enough, your body starts doing things because it's not in shape. And that's my problem. I'm not in shape. I've gotten out of shape. And so because I am out of shape, my body is experiencing stress in areas because of extra weight. So I have to lose weight in order to heal my body. That is a process that has to happen. That's not because I'm not happy with myself. You know what I'm saying? Not because I don't think I look good with myself. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that my bone structure, my body, is not capable of carrying any more weight than what I have already put on. So I'm already at a stress. I have to do something about it. So here comes physical therapy. And I realize physical therapy is but they stick the needle in the scar tissue and they poke it a few times to break it up because it's like calcification in the muscle. Now, who think muscle can get calcification? But it can. And so that's that scar tissue is calcification in my muscles. It's where things have collected, where my body is pushing it out, but it has nowhere to go. So then it begins to create a problem inside my body until it's broken up and is diminished. So everything that I have been taking, supplements, everything that I have been doing, it's all working because I'm not having any swelling in my ankles and my legs, my feet anymore. I'm not having any of those issues that were causing me, ailments in my body. None of those things are happening. So my body is trying to heal. So now that my body is trying to heal, this is where this came out of nowhere. For me, it seemed like it came out of nowhere, but this is the product of detoxification. Your body is going to go through things and it's going to go through pain before it gets better. So this is the point in my journey where I am. Oh, I can't wait to see myself come up out of this. And I can't wait for y'all to see it with me. This is going to be exciting. So, he done broke up 5 spots of calcification in my muscles. And so I'm going to be in a little bit more pain even with I done had to put lidocaine patches on today because I was like, oh my goodness, but he told me that I would be sore. But understand it's being that is being released into my body now. So pain sensors and my nerves are all attached to and working fine, so I'm not in a situation where I can't bounce back from anything. I'm not injured. I'm just, my body is just going through a detoxification, and now I've been directed to the right places. And also, guess what? I love the VA. See, I didn't understand when I joined how magnificent this would be. I was so angry at the Army for putting me out at 12 years because of asthma. Right? That's why I was discharged. I was honorably medically retired for asthma, PTSD, and sleep apnea. Right? Okay. And so along with that were the other things that came along. So anyway, um now they're taking care of me because everything is service connected. And so the doctor I saw the other day told me that they could put me in for massages. I'm going to get, I'm about to go get massage. I don't think you understand. OMG. It's about to be on and popping, see, because I'm finna be feeling better. I'm finna be feeling so much better, and I know this. And so I'm excited for what's to come in this journey of health and wellness. And I'm glad to be able to come on here to kind of document that journey just a bit with you and the people. You know what I'm saying? Just to show, nothing is perfect. And just because all this is going on, I had every opportunity to say, I'm not feeling good. I don't think I'm going to go on the show tonight. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk to nobody because I got a walker. You know what I'm saying? I could have, don't nobody know what happened to me. I'm the only one that know what happened to me. I'm the only one that know, trying to be cute, trying to be cool, standing up in line somewhere, my back hurt, I'm liable to hurt somebody. Let me be in peace. So guess what? And I'm talking to me. Let me be in peace with what is going on with me. I'm seeing people and they're looking at me like she on a walker. Like, I wouldn't think she would be on no walk. They concerned, curious, but they're not gonna ask. But my neighbors over here, I happened to meet them on the way coming back from the emergency room the other day. I went, and that's how I got all these medications or whatever. And they gave me some oxycodone. I don't like that stuff. I don't see how people pop these pills and make themselves feel that way. That's not fun. I threw up in the doctor's office. I was like, oh, I don't like that pill. My stomach was feeling queasy. All and I was like, mm-mm. And then so I told the physical therapist today, I was like, they gave me these, but I don't like them. And he was like, yeah, I don't agree with them either. You know what I'm saying? He said, I'd rather be in pain than to go through what I got to go through on that pill. And I'm like, exactly. So I'm walking around here with some quality stuff that I don't want. And people will go crazy about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. And so I don't understand. So anyway, um, I don't like that stuff. I would rather go through the
Good
pain.
health to you.
Oh,
You're
thank you.
going to enjoy the massage.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So that's some good stuff.
I'm so excited. Okay, so I'm happy about physical therapy as well. Because as soon as now mind you, I can't even bend over to touch my toes right now. That's not so he was like, you don't force it. I see what's going on, right? So and then as soon as we was finished, he was like, yeah, you can start getting moving and doing these things. I was like, I can go to the gym. He was like, I will tell you when you can go back to the gym, and when and I will tell you what I feel you are should be working on at the gym. And I was like, see, that's what I need. They're going to guide me through my physical fitness journey in health and wellness and getting my body back where it needs to be without hurting myself. See, I will hurt myself thinking I know what I'm doing. And that's what I have been doing, is hurting myself. And so now I'm in the process of healing my physical need. I'm spiritually, I've been working on me. You know what I'm saying? Mentally, I've been working on me. Emotionally, I've been working on me. Physically though, I'm not doing as much as I should to get that back in order. But I'm doing it now. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to share my journey with you. Um, would you like to go to a song, or do you have something you want to say or add to it?
No, we're just honored to be a part of the journey and to hear it, and hopefully it's encouraging to somebody else to keep going.
Yes.
And if I did, calisthenics is the easiest like exercise that you can do and keep up continually and push yourself.
Yeah, but I can't do calisthenics like
What is
that.
calisthenics?
Calisthenics is when you're like jumping jacks and uh fire hydrants and knee benders, and you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying. I was in a PT. I was a PT master. I gave PT. I instructed. I designed my own PT program.
and you don't like doing those?
It's not. I can't right now. My
No,
body won't allow me. Huh?
not right now. Not right now.
No, but yeah, once I get to the all, you know what? I've been working on jumping rope. I got two
Yep,
jump ropes, and I've
yep.
been working on my jump rope skills, and my body won't allow me to jump rope properly
Right,
anymore. So
not
I
now.
gotta get not right now. So when I'm able to jump rope, I'm gonna do me a video jump roping, because I have done a couple of videos jump roping. You know what I'm saying? So, and it wasn't too good.
I haven't done that since I was 19.
You know who
My,
can jump rope?
who?
I'm sorry, you haven't done it since you were 19.
My uncle thought he was going to teach us how to box, and he gave, and so we had to do all of that. And then boxing ain't for me. I don't like gloves, and
He
no.
can jump rope.
Your
What
brother,
up, brother? Hey, here.
he can skip rope.
He can. Yeah, he can. He good. Mm-hmm.
He
He
got the
said
tic
what?
tac.
He said what up,
How's it
yeah?
going, big bro?
What was he said? What'd you say? Because you broke up.
How's it going, big bro?
Always good, getting better every day. Thank you for asking.
Yes, sir. That's
That's
all
my
we know.
brother. Just getting home from work. So, all is well on the home front. Everything is good. We good, and everything's smooth. When you real, and when your love is real, no matter what the circumstances. You know what I'm saying? It's always good to have the ability to uh fuse in space, and
Say
that
what you
goes
were
for
saying about the moon.
the movie.
The moon.
The moon. What was I saying about the moon?
The 13 weeks in renewing of self.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because we work by the phases of the moon. See, I said, how could I forget that? I cannot forget that. I remember that. Okay. Be zoned, I be zooted, and I be and I say a lot of things come to me real fast, and it comes heavy, and I give it at the moment, and then once I let it go, and I don't write it down or something, or take, okay, but I don't even remember how we got into that, but I had said it's interesting how 13 is associated with the woman, um the cycles of a woman, or our lives, how we what did I say? Oh, I said we go through so many changes to come into the fullness of ourselves. That's what it was. Yes. I was like, we need to be recording this. Why we ain't recording this conversation? We having it so good. So yeah, you see how the moon goes through so many phases. In those 13 phases, uh and we was talking about how the energy of the moon, because that's when I was coming back from the emergency room, and I looked up and it was a full moon there, and I was saying about that everything that had been happening with me was happening with the changes of the moon. And so at the end of that cycle, so you have 3 days before the full moon, and then you have the full moon, then you have 3 days after the full moon. The energy is most potent around that full moon, and the coming into and the going out of. And so basically at the end of that cycle is when I left that pillow. I did a video talking about a pillow that I took to my appointment with me, that I used to sit on my walker, and the pillow said something like, hurt not the earth, or hurt not people, things like that. And I was like, look at this pillow say hurt not, I'm gonna be sitting on it and I'm hurting. And so for some reason on my way home, I got Owl Transportation. Shout out to Owl Transportation, who transports veterans from here, there, near, and far. It doesn't matter where you are. Our transportation will come to get you and bring you where you need to be. People will come all the way from California, Oklahoma, Washington State to this VA clinic here in Tucson. It's one of the best. So shout out to them, because they have truly taken care of me through my journeys. I haven't had to worry about how I'm getting to my appointments, or even how I'm getting to the grocery store and things like that. They made sure that I had transportation for all my needs. And it wasn't just our transportation. Excuse me, it was a HUD VASH program, excuse me, that assisted me and my daughters through our transition here. So on my way home, I grabbed that pillow off the walker and I sat on it in the seat. And when I was getting out of the vehicle, something told me to turn around because I left something. I turned around and I was like, oh, I got everything. I didn't even see the pillow. Came in here, was hours later, and I was looking for that pillow. And I was like, "Where? Oh man, I knew I left something, but I didn't even see it." So I told my daughter, I was like, "Man, I'm mad. I left my pillow on that van." She was like, "See, Mama, you left the hurt behind." I was like, "Oh my, I didn't even think about that." I walked out of here talking about sitting on the pillow that said hurt not, and I was hurting. And when I made it back to the house, I did not come back with that pillow. why did I take that pillow? Because I don't usually take a pillow with me, but I was like, let me take this pillow. Something told me to, and I tried in my physical self, tried to grab something else because I didn't want to take that pillow. That pillow was in my bed. So now it's gone. I hurt no more. I won't be hurting anymore soon because everything that I'm doing is going to work that hurt up out of me. So I think that was a very significant story with this journey, how things happen in the universe, places you in situations, and that follows the changes of the moon. So the moon comes into fullness. As it moves out of fullness, the energy is still there for another 3 days. So I just think, and it's 7, so that's a full week of activities going on in the sky, that people are being the frequencies are, I had a thought. Now, this morning I saw the moon over there, and it was where it would be at night around maybe 2, 3, 1, 12 midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, that position. And I was like, the moon is going to move back this way and the sun is going to be moving back this way. We always have an eclipse moment with the sun and the moon. But why is it so significant when there's certain eclipses? If they get everybody's, first of all, the media has certain information that they're spitting out and spurting during these times of the supermoon and things like that, because they know how to use this energy. Now, what they need to move this energy is energy. We are the true satellites for the energy that is used. And so using these devices at those times, what we are focused on, and guess what? I'm sure there's a tally of record information about who put out the best propaganda based on the algorithm of information, because the algorithm is data that has been that is used for statistics and report producing, information producing, news producing. Yes. And so so now that energy, people go outside at a certain time of day and look up at the sky with all these thoughts and intentions, all these emotions and things going on through their body. And if they're not using it right, and you're sending out energy with no intentions, then that energy is being drawn wherever you are focused. So if we would all be on the same one mind consciousness and go outside at the same time, we can change the atmosphere. We can change the atmosphere. You waiting on me? No, I know, but you ready? Yeah. Okay, I'm coming outside.
Brother Daryl Cotton, link. Peace and love, man.
Greetings. Okay, so how about some music? Since
yes, ma'am.
Sunstar Daryl Cosmon is on here, let's
well, he's trying to get the link.
Who they are. Okay. Let's see. Let's do this. Copy. I don't know why I didn't paste it up in here already. Because I'm so busy running my mouth. All right. So,
Yes, play some music.
okay, let's do that then. Hold on. You know what? I believe his has to be shared through screen. Space.
The Cosman area got my people scarier. I'm a ethereal god, breaking the religion barrier. Craft carriers get us lifted to more the merrier. Religion books a barrier, rest in the interior. Got to get free beyond the words of G.O.D. or an angel that's in service of the L.O.I.D. The 3 resurrections, 1 through 99 confessions, from the corporal to the spiritual, whatever had you stressing. Angel-like figures through the night and day passing, while some fall and hit the ground, burn up before the crashing. Atmospheric got you grounded in hell and everlasting. Colonel with diets, world riots, cause we ain't fasting. Meat inside the dressing, clocking your intestines. On about who the creator is, got you second guessing. Or I be in this lesson. You gotta get your lesson. Or I be in this lesson. So come and get your lesson.
Have you always wanted to be a great singer? Hey.
That was tight. That was tight.
Daryl Cosmon or Waspade. Is he hasn't come on yet. Open that door for me.
No, ma'am. He asked that we give him a moment.
Okay. Where you going? Right here. It's gonna rain. Okay, hang on. Okay, so I do want to. I ain't even know my. I do have a song that I want to play. Mhm, that I want to play. We just came outside. It's gonna rain. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Yeah. My song. We were focused on my aunt, the 42 laws of my aunt, and that thinking that would be a good place to start for the side stars to come into play. Let's go in. So I'm gonna play that song real quick. We're done with that one. And thank you for the music, Sunstar, Daryl Cosmon. What's going on? Something just happened. Let me take my thing. I'm out here. It's gonna rain. Hey, baby. Okay, so y'all give me 1 minute while I get through this process. Brother. No, Chris is coming in. Okay. So it's a lot going on at this very moment. But you know what? It wouldn't be us if we didn't do something. So we doing 42 laws of Ma'at. Trying different things. Matter of fact, you want to do Motown right now?
Oh, I was feeling 42 laws of my aunt because of what it is and what you said about the
Okay,
side
so
talk.
all right, so
But
let's do that then.
brother Daryl,
I
when
see him
the
here.
song you will bring you up, brother. Brother Daryl.
Okay. Greetings and welcome. The 42 principles, laws, and orders of Ma'at is the baseline to understand as a matriarchal nation. Daughters of the matriarch represent mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers of righteousness and truth. 42 laws of Ma'at. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will cause no pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste to the plowed land. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not speak in anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter
Hey, y'all give me one
curses.
moment. I gotta handle something. I'll be right back.
Initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not be prejudiced. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not overspeak. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be ignorant. I will not blaspheme Neru, the one most high. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children or animals. I will not defraud a temple's offerings. I will not plunder the dead. 42 principles of law and order of Ma'at. You see, this is the declaration of innocence when you stand in the day of judgment and your heart is judged to be as light as a feather. Will you pass the test? Have you withstood the laws of Ma'at? 42 laws of Ma'at.
Islamism, the individual constitution of self, of accountability.
Right. And so I seen that. I was like, a declaration of innocence. So that equals to the day of judgment when we stand and answer for our life. We are held accountable for our actions. And if you can answer these questions or not answer these questions, so if you can say all 42 of these without blinking an eye, your heart is weighed as light as a feather because you have lived right, a righteous life in truth and love and peace, having your freedom and bringing justice to situations and circumstances in which you have control. Because we can't control what goes on in other people's lives. And see, that's what we got to get out of the mind of thinking that we can do. We can't change nobody else's circumstances. They have to be willing to do the work for themselves. And the only thing we can do is do that for ourselves and be the example of what that looks like. Because if we don't have an example to look for, or look at, or look to, what do we know is right and wrong? I yield the floor. Welcome, Sunstar Daryl Cosmon, to the show.
Peace, Sasha. Brother Cosmos did say give him a second. He'll be right back. I believe he's handling something. But
okay, so he ain't ready yet. How about we play his song one more time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's bring him on.
Hey there, I'm Alexander Stewart, a singer here on YouTube.
Maybe we get nope. Back.
Hey, peace, y'all. What's going on?
Hi friends, it's Brianna, your favorite herbalist here. I have made so many videos teaching you about herbalism.
I was just gonna say a few things. Happy birthday, crazy. This is part.
They playing with us. We was trying to play your song, but they playing with us.
Okay, you see how that just happened right here. Look, you see how that just happened, right? We just played it, and all of a sudden, so I'm gonna cue it back up because just on purpose, you not finna say we can't do what we came on here to do. You not finna tell us that. So how about this? Yeah. Yes.
Hey, sorry, y'all. What's going on with you?
Greetings. How are you?
Oh, yeah, much love to you, man. It's good to see y'all, man. I know I ain't been in the chat much, but I love coming to, chop it up with y'all. Hey, Christina, your mic is popping and clicking like it's choppy. I don't know if it's something you can do about that. I just wanted to let you know in case you wasn't aware of it. You muted.
Is mine choppy?
Yeah, I was saying I'm by the window, and the window was open, and there's traffic and wind, which is probably, is this sounding a bit better?
No, it's still popping and clicking. I had to disconnect Bluetooth and reconnect it again to fix it.
Okay, well, I'll be right back.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. Brother L, yeah.
Yes, sir. I made a mistake and knocked off the phone today in the middle of conversating with your brother.
Oh, I was wondering what had happened, man, because you dropped off, and then well, I ended up leaving anyway too, and he ended the show. But that was a good conversation we had though.
Yes, sir.
Christina, get back on. I'm still trying to. So my lady was in a car accident just earlier, and the tow truck is just now dropping the car off. So I'm just trying to deal with that right now while I'm talking to y'all. So just give me.
She okay?
Yeah, she good. Yeah, she doing all right. So yeah, just give me a moment, man, while I get this paperwork from dude, and then I'll be able to talk.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So okay, so I got the floor, right? I'm not gonna. We love us. We love y'all. We just want to see us grow, and we have the right, we have the ability, we have the way. But you as an individual, you got to take it on for yourself. Nothing we can do about it. There's nothing. Everything. That's why we teamed up with Owaspe and the Messiah Code, and those aren't Moorish, and you didn't learn about it from a Moorish, but we teamed up with them. We're not. So this for everybody. This for everybody. Everybody can play a position. Who is us? Can play a position. It's only fear that it is us. It's our family. El Bay Day Al, it's a family, and we know by the family name. We have many nations, many tongues, many people. So recognizing everybody, there's no problem in that. We're going by character and the content of the character, right? We're not going by how people look. But we are going by how people look, but we not. Your looks shouldn't interfere with my energy. If your looks interfere with my energy, then I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I gotta be uncomfortable in order for you to be comfortable. I gotta be uncomfortable. That's not fair. I would have never, even in the 50s and 60s, I would have never wanted to march to sit at other people's tables. We go have our own table. No, I don't want to sit at anybody else's table. I would have never cared about none of that. Send our children to the public. No, send our children to our school. No one wants to take care of the children, but we keep having them, but no one wants to take care of them. Send them to our school. They need a good education. Then let's edify them and give them one. We don't have civilizations. We are disciplined. Our culture
Man,
is disciplined, not civilized.
man, what happened to Christina, man? Hope she didn't get lost, man.
She'll hit me if something went wrong like that. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everything all right though, man. Sorry, I was just a little rattled trying to deal with this situation, man. But yeah, everything is all good. I heard the sister, she was spitting knowledge about how it's us that can change the airwaves or something she was saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's
Because
us. We
yeah,
can change the atmosphere. We
yeah, that's
can
what she was
change.
the atmosphere, right? And she's 1,000% correct because everything, all of our actions, everything that involves our actions goes right into the atmosphere. It goes right into the atmosphere, and it affects the next man and woman. You know what we say, how we think, and what we do. That's called behavior, or that's called actions, because how we think is a mental action, and what we say is an oral action, and what we do is a physical action. One second, bro.
And so when we look at things from this nature, right? You figure on this land, a new wave of thinking has come, and it came here first before the rest of the world. So in that new wave of thinking, guess what? The sun starts here first. When it rises up over the east coast of the Americas, that's the first day of the week, not before. Everybody follows us now in a new wave of thinking. We change time. How powerful is that, that we change time?
Yeah, we affect pretty much everything. That's why in the Owaspi, the creator tells us that we have a responsibility to the whole world because of the liberty that we have to choose any and everything that we want to do. And that's why when we choose to do misdeeds, we have a responsibility to make up for those misdeeds before we can go any higher. So we have to watch what we put out into the atmosphere, because we have to watch the way that we affect not only people but just things, just situations too. So like you say, we have a responsibility with our liberty to choose. We have a responsibility not just to ourselves but to the whole world around us, man. Because we never know how our actions or how our behavior can affect, like I say, the next man or the next sister.
Yes, sir. How it affects yourself. Because
Exactly.
after an action, you have the first being that you have to be content with is yourself. And if you're not content with yourself, you're going to take that angst out on everyone in varied situations.
Right.
And that's where a lot of the problems come from, because people aren't comfortable with themselves. That's why in conversations, people tell you, well, a lot of people, let's not say a lot of people no more. Let's say you. I'm talking to you. So let's say you. And then you have that particular thought or idea. That's cool. 1,000 people have that.
Oh, yeah. You cut out for a second.
I cut out for a second.
You back now, but you did cut out for a second.
Okay, yes, sir. No, my point is that you have to live in the reality. You have to make it that reality of what you know, or what you stand on, and what you say is. And you have to be the one to protect it and not go back on it. Because everybody already think you're gonna go back on it. When you speak, they ain't about that. Watch this. I bet you he'll turn around in a couple of days. Next week he won't say that. And then when they find out that you still standing, that makes people nervous around you. They don't know how to deal with you, and they don't know how to operate.
People's living conditions early on in from their childhood up, and in the environment that they are brought up in, that shape their reality. And what I mean by shaping a reality is it shapes how they respond to situations, right? We have the capacity to choose and consciousness from the situation, environment that we do, and that's where intelligence. I'm hearing an echo. Oh, she said, oh, okay. No, you good, Sister Christina. No, we just in here chopping it up because I wanted to expand more on what you had said about how we affect the atmosphere. And I was sharing with brother L, that we have the liberty and a responsibility to the world because of our liberty of choice. And that means that we have the liberty to choose from good, and we have the liberty to choose from evil. And and because we have that liberty to choose, we have a responsibility to ourselves and to our fellow brother and to our fellow sister as well. Because we have to understand that everything that we put out into the atmosphere from our actions is electromagnetic. You know, how we think is electromagnetic. What we say, the sound that comes out of our mouth is electromagnetic. The things I do, it's electromagnetic. Why? Because it has a psychological effect from the people that witnesses our behavior. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be careful what it is we emit, whether it's thought, whether it's actions, or whether what it is we say, because we mold and shape, space and time locally based on how we act. Yeah, I yield the floor. That's all I had to say.
No, see, you can't come up in here teaching like that and don't think nobody got no pen and pad taking notes. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to take notes when you come up in here. And so, what you said was good. You were right. We do have the power to choose, and that's where I was saying earlier, we can't be responsible for anyone else's journey and their choices and their decisions in their life. We can only be accountable for ourselves, and that's the whole point of the 42 laws of Ma'at. We must understand that before we can understand anything else, because we're not moving in righteousness if you do not withstand the 42 laws of Ma'at. So that's the foundation, and it's the strongest foundation, which is it can't be broken.
Yep.
So if we're building, we must build on solid ground. And that's what I swear it's busy tonight. And I got the window open, so excuse the noise and everything.
You sound wonderful. So we ain't worried about no cars. my porch too.
I'm sorry.
You ain't gotta be sorry.
What was that you said?
No. What I was saying was you ain't gotta be worried about the cars going past. I'm actually sitting on my porch too in front of the house. So I got the same kind of noise going on right in front of me. But what I was saying was your sound is amazing now. So you sound great. It's not popping and clicking no more. So we can hear you. You can hear your sister. We can hear your voice, sister.
Okay, great. Great. Okay. So yeah, so and then you said in the power of our choice, we are electromagnetic, and that is our electric body that we ignore because the masses does not feed their electric body, but the consciousness is growing so much that more people are eating better, and there's more healthy information out there. There's more people that look like us out there who are thriving in health and wealth and wellness, well-being, their health being their wealth,
Yeah.
and happy, enjoying life. And so I see that and I'm like, I don't want to be in pain, I don't want to be sick, I want to do so their example. So I'm not doing anything new. I'm with the crew that's doing things for health and wealth.
Right.
And so starting with self. And so the electromagnetic self is stronger when we feed it electric foods. And I learned electric foods through Sabi. And I know there's more information and new information that has come to the forefront after that groundbreaking information hit us. So yes, that's the electromagnetic powers of everything that was going on, and now here we are in that same energy.
Right. Now
And
watch.
so you
Watch
said
it.
this. Mm-hmm.
Mute your mic.
You said the psychological effects that our behaviors based on the energy that we're putting off.
Right.
That is coming through the universe, and it affects what is around us. That's like when you see the example of fruits in the bowl, and there's a bad fruit and good fruits, but you see the good fruits beginning to mold and get bad because they're by the bad fruit. So if you remove the bad fruit, the good fruit will stay good. So basically, we're in environments that a lot of us are coming from or in there, that we are affected by the energy that is in that environment. And so you said at that time we're molding space and time with our actions, and I so believe this. I'm so on purpose, because with purpose you can't go wrong in the mission. The mission is set forth, the purpose is to move forward, and how we get there are to make changes that are positive rather than negative, and learning to balance that energy, which goes right back to the electromagnetic energy that we have and that we're putting on. So everything's like a rotation.
Correct. It's like a current.
I yield the floor.
Give me a few seconds.
I love it when the children come around, because it's that energy that pulls them, because it was something that was said that maybe that child needed to feel, not so much as to hear. So That's why this energy, we have to be cautious of what we say in this energy. You know what I'm saying? And what we're putting out right here. So it's a
Sis, watch
beautiful
this.
thing.
I'm finna mess your head up with this one. Hold on, I lost my drink. Damn, I lost my drink. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hold on, I'm trying to. No,
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
uh,
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
camera on. Got my little THC drink right here. Shit. All right, now check this. Now you
Oh,
brought up.
y'all ain't heard nothing I said.
She funny. All right, now check this out. Check this out, sis. So you had so you brought up Dr. Sebi and about how the foods are electromagnetic, and you was talking about how when we eat the foods, it increases the electromagnetism that's within that's permeating through our bodies, right? Now in the Owaspi, right there in the Owaspi in the book of Sathantes, it tells you that fruits compared to animals have delightful atmospheres. Vegetables, all like vegetables, herbs, nuts, and seeds, and anything that grows from the ground, the atmospheres are delightful. It says that specifically in Owaspi. And so when we eat those foods, when we eat those foods, that delight transfers right into our spirits and permeates through our corporal bodies. So we become delightful from eating delightful foods that have delightful atmospheres. And I'm gonna put it to you this way: the body, the corporeal body, has an atmosphere also, along with an etheric atmosphere beyond your local body or corporeal body atmosphere. So if you eat the fruits that have delightful atmospheres, that delight from those foods goes right into your corporeal atmosphere. So it makes you just that much more delightful when it bonds with you.
I just drew a nice little picture, right? And
Uh,
it's not really a picture. Um, I just wrote the word delightful foods, and then I wrote atmosphere, and I wrote corporeal, etherical equals, they both are the body, or part the body.
yeah.
And so the delightful foods, there's an arrow going to corporeal, and the atmosphere is going to etherical. And because it's the etherical body that controls our
Yeah,
atmosphere.
correct. The etheric part is our spirit. Spirit has different meanings to it, but the other meaning to spirit is called the other meaning to spirit is the expression of an entity.
Expression of an entity. You said an expression of an entity. Okay. Okay, so this, what's an entity? What does that mean? Like for the
A
people in the back.
being, a
Huh? A beating?
being.
A being. Okay.
Yes, an
So the
entity.
spirit is an expression of a being, which is the etherical body, which is, I see, like the corporeal body being this physical body, and then our spiritual body is what we cannot see. We can operate in many fashions in spirit, and our spirit is not really truly tied to us. Um it belongs somewhere else. It just it borrows our body. to operate. And sometimes we can come with other spirits that can move through us and operate through us as a vessel to communicate messages. That's why you should never judge the messenger, because you don't know what spirit they're operating in and what that message could mean. Like, you could have a family member trying to reach you, trying to contact you just to tell you that they love you, and you will meet them through a person you don't even know. So a lot of times I've had these experiences. A lot of times I'll meet somebody and it'd be in like a public bathroom or in the line waiting to order food, or it random. I'm getting services from them or something like that, and we begin to talk. People just open up to me a lot of times, okay? And they feel very comfortable doing so. And so they're safe with me, and then they know that just from my energy. And so a lot of times they'd be like, so and so in my family would always say that same phrase, and the conversation would then turn deeper, because then I'm not realizing in the moment that we're having, because I'm not doing this, purposely, as far as like conjuring up energy, and I'm not doing any of that. They just they feel the energy through me, because I'm a vessel to be used for good, to be seen and spoken, and so I recognize that in having this conversation right now, which I hadn't really ever thought about before, but I know who I am. It's just it's hard for me to tell people who I am. You have to see me, and you say what you see, and I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, my fault. Take a phone call. I actually got to get out of here. I got some emergency I got to take care of, man. But yeah, it was nice chopping up with y'all. We'll do it again. I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone. We get up into a while and touch on some things too. But I just wanted to come in here and just build with y'all and say what's up. It's been a minute.
That's what's up. You're always welcome,
bro.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Praise to that spirit. I'll see y'all.
Peace and love, God, man. Can I play?
Yes.
Now that John said delightful, the word I want to play is delectable.
Delectable.
Because we know what it means, right? So then I'm going to ask, what is corpus delecti?
Wait a minute. Corpus delecti. Okay, I have never heard that before.
It's a dead person. A dead person.
Well then, and that's delectable.
It's just the word. It's just
right.
the word.
No, but for real. Because think about it. When people use the word delectable, it's always like evil and raunchy, and you know what I'm saying?
And it means it tastes good.
Right. But it tastes good in, the opposite of delightful.
Yeah. But we don't know. The corpus delecti laying around. You're trying to send a secret message. In the movie, the cop would always be told by his wife to go to the grocery store and pick up some meat. And there was always a dead body on the ground. They always found a delecti.
No.
And then
Okay.
you on the brown bag. Whoo.
Well,
I'm just on the phone with her.
greetings to Side Star Sasha. If she's still on here, how are you? I hope all is well. It would be nice to have you to come on and jump in.
In or I Cena.
Oh, she's on here too. Greetings, Side Star Cena. I didn't see. She must be up a little higher.
I can't see who's gone. I'm just guessing.
I don't know. These numbers be jumping and bouncing around. I try not to even pay attention to it because
We
you
just
know,
doing
just right, you know. So let's I want to let's go to some music real quick because see tonight was to feature music, you know what I'm saying, in the midst of communication and whatnot. So we're gonna play Motown.
okay. Everybody's in rotation. Okay.
Okay. Yes, everybody's in rotation. Those who rock with us, we rock with you. You rock with us, we rock with you. Literally. We're gonna listen to your music. Our music. You know what I'm saying? And this is coming through please do an introduction, Elia.
Elia Elmer Ross City Digital Orchestra because I made it in an app.
You made it in an act.
In an app.
In an app. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See, I wasn't ready. Okay, here we go though. Here's Motown by Sunstar Elia. Sound. Yes, Islamism. Look, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do to that because
Thank
that's the
you,
long.
thank you, thank you for saying that.
Yes, that I can tell a story. Okay, so I just gotta figure out what the story is going to be. So, um, how did you come up with that? Like, what does that? What was your intentions with that? You know what I'm saying? Because I like the sound of it. I like the when the beat drop and then when it come back in. You know what I'm saying? I like the tinks. You know, tink 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 tink. I like those sounds. You know what I'm saying? It's really it's lively, but it's also mellow at the same time. Like, how did you do that? And so like, where did that come from? You know, you want to talk about it for a minute?
So when I was a child, my mother used to we'd be in the kitchen, and it'd be around this time at night, 7, 8 o'clock, and all my brothers and sisters had to go to bed because they was young. And my mother would turn on the radio and have me call in the radio station. And so all the music from her childhood I would listen to. And we call in the radio station, she'd give me a song, and so they play it, and she'd sing the songs and stuff. And so the music, just like it took my head over. But I didn't understand genres at the time. So as I grew up and music evolved around me and I seen the different things, like, so I like good music. Rock and roll. I like rock and roll in the late 70s and the early 80s. I like some of the rock and roll songs. I like Elvis Presley. Um and that's on the outside, because when you start talking about people like Nat King Cole, then you go to the Temptations. And when I say Nat King Cole, I do mean Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, all of them. They were all performers, they were all entertainers. The swing music, I love swing music and doo wop. I love classical music. And so, in making mine, just because hip hop is hip hop, R&B is R&B, funk is funk, all of that has to meld into whatever it is that I'm making. That's why the digital orchestra, when it if like, let's say, like, somebody just said, okay, here go a room, what would what would you want in it besides a regular band? Give me like a violin section, the big bass section, give me the wind section, give me them big drums, and the right people to come in there and give me a little chorus. I'll make a hit in one day. I'll make a hit song. We'll walk out of there with a hit in 20 minutes, just because like, I can hear, I hear things in my head. And so my mother likes the piano. My mother loves the piano. And so the piano was like a big inspiration into the music. I just didn't know what the C, the D, the E, the F, G, A, B, C. I never knew what none of that meant until a year ago when I started trying to play the guitar. So prior to that, I didn't know any of that. But the music kind of to resemble all of that came before. Bossa Nova music, all of that came before. And to have it in a upbeat, where maybe you were sad from listening to all those other songs. You're not sad now. And I didn't put any lyrics to, especially that. I didn't put any lyrics to it because, like I said, I like classical music, like to hear the instruments. And so, and as we move into the future, we have listening parties, and the only part of the party would, like, the producers would come in, and the only thing we would be listening to was the music. There would be no lyrics. The writers and stuff are waiting to hear the music. Nobody's heard this music. It's a listening party. And so we're coming in just to hear the music. Then the writers go and get down. That's a proper format for us to follow and to put into practice as we grow and as we do the things that we're going to set off to do now. But yeah, so I didn't know lyrics to that because of and to none of my music because of classical music and you being able to hear the instruments. And then if somebody else, here's the fun of it, if through hip hop and everything, if you hear the music and you like it, go ahead, write some lyrics to it. The next time we hear that same thing, it'll be different. What are we hating for? Now, if you decide to sell it, then of course you owe me money because it's my music. You can admit to owing me money. It's my music, right? So since it's my music, you owe money here if you're making money off it. But other than that, it's music. Make music to it. You're gonna remix it. Give me my money. I made it up. I want my money. But other than that, every day's a party to me. Let's have fun. Let's party. And so that's my motivation behind making music.
Okay, so that was really nice and it was interesting. I'm in here fixing me something to eat because I'm hungry and I gotta take my medication and I gotta take it with food. So bear with me, but we can go ahead and if you want to talk about something else or you want to play some more music because we got Lazarus up here. Okay. Oh, and we got some Bay.
Yeah, go ahead, rock the music.
Let's do some music. Hold on, because I got and we got cousin O'Shea. Let's do that. Because I don't see where Tahaka Bay. I thought I put him on here. We'll figure it out.
Sanchez, creators El Garbia, Black Jesus, El Christina Maya, Supreme Justice, Lions in the Bay, We the People, YouTube, JJ 7000, HSC, TV, Entertainment. You know what I mean? A new wave of thinking. That's El y'all and El Christina, creating from another reality. This one not for me. If you happen to be just like me, then we family. From another reality, this one not for me. If you happen to be just like me, then we family. Check it. They be lying when they tell you to go to the false light. It's the opposite light. It's called the veil light. That's the Christ, because the words say the eternal darkness is what I cover the light like, right? They be telling you to reincarnate. What's your fate? Opposite, they always hate. Who can create? If he was of the world would see his own and love it like a girl. But I'm a shiny light, I shine it in the pearl. Hated of the world. Remember the diamond don't shine unless it's in the fire. Desire, hate all liars. Might I inquire? I'm on fire. Live wire. We catch the holy fire of the tongue. This ain't the upper room, but we give you a boom. Shake to the room. I see with kaboom. This a freestyle, no rehearse, but you feel me though. Kaboom. From another reality, this one not for me. If you happen to be just like me, then we family. From another reality, this one not for me. If you happen to be just like me, then we family. Might I acknowledge, you can forget about their college. They don't want the melanated with the knowledge. When you got the wisdom, they be looking at you like you're plumb dumb, but you're not even the scum. So, me and Fatty, we had to conversate it. How they don't like when you don't compensate it. When you got the knowledge, the hate that you hated, now they try to segregate it, penetrate it, talk about something false like racism. Illuminatiism, patriotism. You can forget about the bootleg, the false prophet, and any religion today. Like, whoa, I'll be talking about faith. That's channeling beyond the universe in your face. Bluetooth, like you channel with a hookup. Cook up, get a book up, look up, get the crook up. They try to snook up, but I'ma catch you on the truth. Lumber around the coupe when I'm in the booth. What's the use? Ain't no power because you use the mind, that's the tool. Who the you calling a fool? Rape heart, that's a fool. Come around the corner, you be using your words like a pool. Not cool. Spilling with emotions in the ocean. Magical potions, magic is real. Falsified, manipulated, segregated. They got you hated. Trying to fake your fate as they face it. When I walk, I'm embracing, I lace them. Crazy boy. It's insane to do the same thing. Looking for a change. Got you hit you with the range. Try to take out Trump. Try to make cut them down like a stump. It's always the one's ego. Opposite of the polarity for the people. Soul peepholes. This the end of the sequel.
Yeah. That's how we roll. That's how we roll. The people getting it. We living lovely. That's how we do. Do you hear the people? Do you hear? It's us. It's not no me. It's not Sister Akshita. It's all of us. Every last single one of us. We all on top. We can't share. We can't eat together. Come on now. I got over an hour worth of my own music. And if I wanted to, and I've had it for a year or two now, I could drop it every day and I choose not to do that. I said I'm not gonna drop mine until we all dropping music. That's what's fair. That's what's right. I'm not out here to be greedy for myself. But like I said, I'm not hustling. I'm not running after money. But I got a few beats. I can make some money if I wanted to. But I don't want to make money through their system. We make money together as a nation, as a people, as a business. We make money. Sitting right here playing other people's music that ain't valuable. Ain't that what they do on the radio station? We in rotation. Right now we only getting at it once a week, but we got something coming up. There's something being planned. Make it bigger, make it better. But it take a we. And our politics is not their politics. Even though we're gonna talk about some politics. We're gonna Lady Shay just arrived at my house. Okay, peace and love to y'all, brother. Thank you for checking in. We'd appreciate it hearing from you. We was looking forward to coming on. I yielded the floor and you started eating. It's all good. Be healthy.
So, I'm waiting on them to come on. In the meantime, like you were saying, as far as our music, it's about all of us bringing something to the table. Bring your skills and your abilities, your gifts. It doesn't have to be the same thing. It doesn't have to look the same. It doesn't have to sound the same. Uniqueness is where it's at. And so, like you were saying earlier about the different genres of music and not understanding the scales of music. I believe that because I don't understand the scales of music, I'm having inability of properly using my vocals. And so I want to learn how to use the scales for my vocals because I want, when my voice sounds, I want to be using the right notes at the right points, and figuring out where I have the most breath control, because everything is about breath. And so I have asthma. Okay. And so that's why I don't do all the fasts and, skibbity bopping and beep bop and all that in my music, because I don't even understand half the stuff they be saying. So what I'm gonna follow behind them saying skibbity bop, skibbity bop, 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 bop. You know what I'm saying? Everybody skibbity bop bopping, and I don't skibbity bop. So I'm doing something different. And so I didn't know what to call what I did. There was no genre for me. And so it didn't make sense, because nobody was doing what I'm doing, what I have started doing. And so it came to me, it's poetry. It's I call it, let me just go ahead and say what it is. It's Akshita style. That's what it started with, Akshita style. Then I was like, Akshita style poetry. Okay, I like that. That's fly. Then it became Akshita style poetry free queen C flow. Now the free queen C to me is the free the queen from the sea. And that's when we become free. And so for me, freeing the queen from the sea is the deepest part of me that can arise in the midst of an audience of people to hear the message that I have to bring. Yes, exactly. That's the depiction of what I do right there. And so that's my work. And Lady Che is in the building. So
peace and love.
You were saying about the different genres. So just to real quick, Lady Che, we see you, Brother Che, we see you back there chilling. So I didn't know what to call it until I created my own lane. And that's what I do. So some people like it, some people may not like it, but I love it. And so I feel better when I listen to my own music. Like, I elevate into my music. I start where, and then I work up to, listening to beats, and then a beat that I done already used to come up, and then I start singing my own songs. And so I'm like, I need to hear that song right now. Then next thing you know, I'm on autoplay my song, everything of mine, and I don't listen to nothing 2 minutes, twice. I could listen to my own music for over 2 hours and not listen to one song twice. That's how much stuff I got. So I like my style. So I keep on doing what I do, and it'll grow just like I am. So let's bring Lady Che on and see what it is and what it do. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm good. I was like echoing out, and I figured it out over here. So this end, um, I fixed it. Everything's fine now. Can you hear me clearly? I'm using Jesse's headset. I'm sorry I'm late, man. Jesse was watching the GNC and took a minute to get over here, and now I'm here, and then I messed up my hip, so that took like 20 minutes to get from the door to here. Can you see the later, please? Jesse, can you see the later? Um, and so I'm here. So I don't know what I missed, but I'm sorry I'm late. I apologize. So
You're
I
not
caught
late.
something about something.
You're not late. So what you got on your mind, Lady Che?
Oh,
What's up? It's
okay.
your
Well,
time now.
as of as I was talking about with you
It's
earlier,
showtime.
I was talking
It's
about with you
Lady
earlier.
J time.
Yeah, yeah, but you listen to your old music. I mean, the fact is, like, up until my tablet, I broke my tablet. Um, up until then, I had my brother had turned me on to band labs, and so I could make my own beats and things like that. Because, I feel like creative people always got music in their spirit. So we always want to get something out, or we change the words to songs to suit our needs, depending on what we're going through. You know, it depends. Sometimes it makes me funny. On my way home, well, this is what it was. I used to sing. I sing in the choir. I started off singing in the choir. I come from an atheist household, so before I went into the system, my father, my brother's father, my father, he said we are allowed to go pursue whatever religious things we want to, as long as it don't bother him. And so me and my brother were always like we weren't allowed to eat sweets growing up and drink juice and things like that. So the local Catholic church had like a little choir. They had little choir studies and things like that. And so I would like to sing on the choir. And my brother wasn't really for church, but he was more like, we're nefarious. We do nefarious things. We would like to go and sit during service, throw $1 in the thing, go light all the candles in the back, eat juice, or drink juice and eat donuts on Sundays, and then I'd go sing in the choir. Then I went to school and I sang in the choir there. Up until I went into the system. Then school was kind of iffy for me. It was like touch and go. Um, but I was a low soprano, and as a Generation X girl, I liked music like Mary J. Blige. I like Mahalia Jackson. I have moments, you know what I mean? Like church music, like gospel. I like, you know what I mean? So all this week though, over this last couple of weeks, I've been in a state of turmoil emotionally, and you know, uh, we had a little situation with the family. I like to say, um, I tried to. I wanted to take myself off the planet. I'd had enough. I do a lot, and I felt like it was not being reciprocated, not being seen. Um, a lot of
You froze, Lady Shay.
don't. Oh, okay, can you see me now? All right. um, I was saying that Black people don't have a lot of mental health care. We don't have good mental health care. Now we have people that study. We have Black folk that study psychology and sociology and things like that, right? And they're there to take care of us mentally. Now,
We should keep going that. But I guess where I'm at right here is she's saying black people don't have good health care. American people do not have good health care because our health care should be free.
all right, okay. I'm sorry. I'm in his house.
It's
His
not
house
just
is
because it's
spotty.
not just black people that don't have good health care. Americans don't have good health care.
I'm saying about mental health because
And mental
I've
health.
seen
You
it.
know that they shut that. That didn't just say no black people are going to get mental health. They shut down the mental health funding and producing programs for mental health because they were people were due to the recidivism rate of people going in and out of prisons, and that became the new mental wards.
Mm-hmm.
And so they stopped putting money into mental health and started funding prisons. And that's why there's a lot of people that now that they're saying the homeless people are going to be getting hassled and things with this new project 2025 coming up. um all that is because they're out there, and 9 times out of 10 they're dealing with mental health issues, especially if they done been doped out on them fentanyl pills and things like that. They are not in their right minds anymore,
I
and
can
they
speak
need
to that.
something more than mental health. They need an exorcism, a
Let me speak to that.
spiritual they need a spiritual healing.
I'm
And
glad we're
that's
talking
what's
to that.
not happening. And they're not, and you can, and that's what the job is for us light workers to be. That, but we not to just be trying to go out there and just heal people and save people. You know what I'm saying? Just being the light that through experience, everyone comes through something, and your
I feel
light
like
will
you
only
might push me up
shine.
to your desk.
Your light will only shine to those who recognize your environments.
It's your desk. All right. God damn it. Hey. I should just stay home. Um, listen, okay. I can speak to all that. I spent 5 years, oh well, I spent most of my life in the system, on the street. I went through the foster care system and became a ward of the state. I was a ward of the state at like 12. So the state owned me. I'm on this program. I was all over the place. But I got sick. I speak to this real quick because this is a very valid point. It speaks to what you're talking about. I've been outside. I'm an Aries. I just do what I want to do, right? You can't tell me anything. I just I touched drugs. I drank. I did whatever, right? um, I got really sick because I was too rebellious, too reckless with my own shit. I thought I was untouchable. Got really sick and it messed up my heart. I went in and out of the hospital because it's doing too much. Um, I've been bad. I've been like outside just getting it how I live since the Crips taught me how to get it how I live, right? So I mean, since I was probably like 13, selling drugs, doing the most. And when I got a little old, maybe about what in a tent or makeshift. Um,
She keep freezing up. But I think it's good.
fluid pocket in my hip, and it took it out. So
Okay.
I've been in the my entire life, so the street I don't fear it. I'm not one of those people that fuck road type. Yeah, I'm outside, so I'm outside. I don't play with anything really. Um, but
She went off.
I figured that I am now, and I was single, well, and I was by myself living on the sidewalk. I had to protect myself because I got raped. I had miscarriage out there, and a whole bunch of things happened to me while I was outside on the sidewalk. And I was okay mentally. I was all right. It didn't matter. I was one of those people that could do drugs and function. The thing is that I've seen people do take the worst turns, and they've had the worst experiences as well with drugs and things like that. And most of it was to stay awake because we got a camping ban in our city. The police would come by, shoot the lights at us. It was hard to steal, hard to function. You know what I mean? So we were having a hard life with being outside. When I came inside, I had a voucher that brought me in because it was cold and my heart could stop in the winter. So I finally got inside, and I've treated it as such. It's a privilege to be inside. It's a privilege to have a voucher. It's a privilege to be able to get myself back on my feet. When I because I'm one of those people that take on everybody's problems but my own.
It's your right, not your privilege. Let's just
Yeah, it
be
is a
clear
right.
on that. It's your
It is a
right.
right.
Yes.
I take it very seriously because I've seen people get vouchers and just go into their housing and smoke it all up and then get kicked right out and they'll be right back in the same position. I've
I
had
see
my
it.
apartment for 3 years, 3.5 years in the same apartment. Jesse's had his place for a long time. Jesse housed me. Um, and I didn't want to see, you know, there's no I can't I can't respect what I've seen. What I've seen is that people wanted to house you and then tokenize you, use you as like a success or something like that. And I grew up under the understanding we don't tokenize black plight, um, shames, ills, the benign neglect, the poverty, the lack of. I'm nobody's poster child. You're here to pay me. Nobody likes to hear that, right? But it's because I've been tokenized. I've been seeing it that way, and I've watched other people do it. When Jesse got me housed, he was working at it with another housing group, and I said, "Say, cuz, are they racist over there? I kind of feel this racist vibe." You know what I mean? Because I can feel it a mile away. It's just like sensing the heat is on. And he was like, "Yeah." So he talked to me. We talked about it or everything, and I came to this understanding that there's not enough healthcare. Like when I went in that day, I went in to get some super swollen. I can't breathe because my heart and my lung are acting up right now. So, and I had to tell him what I did. I used to say, "Hey, look, the doctors are supposed to be the safest place I could go. I'm supposed to be able to tell you what's wrong. I'm supposed to be able to tell you what I did. I'm supposed to be able to be safe here. This is what I did." They asked me if I felt regret. No, I didn't. At that moment, I had enough. Now it's 3 days later. I was over it, right? I moved past it. I was like, now I got to move forward. That means I got to build a stronger team. I got to build a stronger village because when, like she pointed out earlier privately on the backside, I didn't factor in my mate's issues with the incident. All I saw was the negative version about it. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I just seen pieces of it, and I was like, nah, man, cuz come on now, this is a family thing. What stays in the house stays in the house. I didn't expect my child that's been raised amongst um, Caucasians to call the police and have them show up at my house, or she show up at my house banging on the window with some other man, with one of them, and me having to tell her to leave because I don't feel safe. Um, we don't. There's a reason. There's a reason why we don't call the police. There's a reason why we don't go to the hospital. And it feels like it, just like what we talked about earlier. That as soon as I get in there, they're taking blood. They got me in a turtle suit. I've been to jail more times. So they have this fern green dark suit that when put away for a little while, a couple of days, get yourself together. They put you in this suit. They take everything away, and that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to take that away, and I felt instantly like I was about to be chained to the bed again. And I didn't like that. I didn't like how I had to talk about my issues. A lot of it is because of and this is, I'm glad we're doing this program. We live over here. We live a very black first minded lifestyle. Everything is racist over here, and we try to. It's like I can't even separate. Right? I'm in my Dr. Khalid Muhammad energy all day long, and I'm glad we're doing this show because when I see it, I see when Elia is talking to me or talking to us, and he's pointing out different aspects. Like, what if it was the opposite? What if they were them and they're us? Right? Like last week, and it caused me to do some real serious, deep soul searching. I was like, man, I never lived like how they lived. I don't even want to. I feel like maybe this sovereignty and to really build as a nation, our nation really here needs to happen because we don't. We're too separated, too convoluted, too poisoned. I felt like my tree was poisoned when I did that. Like I was poisoned to the core, you know what I mean? And I just wanted to get out because my spirit wasn't sated. My spirit wanted to be free. My spirit wanted to get out of the containment I was in, you know, in my physical body. My spirit felt captured. And the only way I knew how to escape my prison was to break out and escape my prison. That's how I saw myself at that moment. I didn't factor in anybody else's because I've been trying to explain to everybody, meaning my mate, the people that I I went through 9 doctors. If anybody is familiar with mental health, it is a product of the system, the word of the state. My mother, I was psychic, naturally psychic. I could do any type of divination naturally. Natural astral projectionist, everything. I'm a palmist by trade. So my mother thought I was crazy and wanted me to have counseling. So if anybody has been through therapy, it was me. Since the time I was a little girl until now. And I see nothing has changed except I felt more and more every time I talked to him like a damn criminal, an experiment. And why are you taking all this goddamn blood? You know what I mean? Why are you doing it? I'm lucid, I'm clear. Yeah, why did you take me from the clinic right across to the hospital with 9 doctors? And then I thought about that too. And I said, well, obviously they know what they're dealing with. I have actual PTSD. Person with PTSD doesn't really necessarily know how they're going to react given any moment I have PTSD with the police and white folk and men, certain men with tones, especially if they're behind me. I don't know how I'm going to react. And when I tell my kid, don't call the police and bring the police over here, and they wake me up in my house, it could have been like a Sonia Massey type situation because I don't know how I'm going to react at that moment. I can't predict it. Anybody with real PTSD will say they cannot predict it. I could be fearful and want to hide in the corner and not want to come out. I could be scared and aggressively show that fear to where it turns to anger, or I could just be a full rage machine and not give a damn. I don't know how I'm going to react. And that's what I was dealing with. And it took the security guard because he's the brother was older and I known him since I was a little girl. Always been security guard. And he said, this isn't, because he knows why, he said, this isn't racial, this is protocol. So don't start acting up or they're going to handcuff you. And I was like, cool. Well, thank you for the warning. Because I felt immediately like it might start rising up inside. Because they're already stripping me of my gear. They're taking off my clothes. They're putting me in this fucking shit. They want to take my rings off my hands. You know what I mean? They're counting my jewelry. They're counting everything. And I said, I don't know why you're doing all that. I left all the big stuff upstairs. I mob around with a machete for my own protection because I patrol the streets at night. I've always had one. I left it at the front. I secured it with the security. I turned in my ID and everything. I know the rules. I know I don't want no problems. I came to get well. They wanted to keep me in an in-house situation for 2 weeks because I couldn't answer their questions right. I think the answers they wanted was regret. Like she had told me today, I was like, oh, I didn't feel no regret. I'm one of those people that if I said it, I did it. I said it, I meant it. I did it, I done it. There's no going back. I don't feel regret. In fact, I feel thankful. Because without that, I wouldn't have learned what I learned at the hospital. And what I saw at the hospital is they don't give a damn. They just want you to answer They had white people talking to me, and I'm talking to them about the stuff we're doing, the work we're doing. I'm working on it, Elia. I'm working on it. I see where we're going with this. I'm working on it. I'm a separatist.
Give the stage at any time.
Go ahead, Shabaka. I'm a separatist.
Oh, okay. Now they
I'm a
got me up
separatist.
here.
Yeah, hold on, Shabaka.
Okay.
I'm a
All right. Okay.
separatist.
Let me hang. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
hold on, Shabaka, he can't hear you. I'm a separatist, and I don't believe in integration anymore. I just believe in one nation now. But if we're talking as we're building about this, this way. I don't have no inclusivity in my spirit right now. I don't like the way they treat me. They've never treated me kindly, and all I keep seeing is more and worse. It's worse and worse. The the kid made it worse. My own child killed. My own child looks like my mother. Very, very, very European with blonde hair and green eyes. Straight blonde hair and green eyes. And she brought a white man in the house to correct me. You know what I mean? Aside from the police trying to get in, I felt they don't understand. And us with the doctors with our people getting their credentials and they're going to school, they have every right to ask for what they're worth. I can't afford them. They're not on the Medicaid plan. They're on the pay as you go cash plan. And I can't afford it right now. But I'm not saying that they should come down to my level. I'm saying they should ask for exactly what they're worth. I just can't afford it. So I'm stuck with whatever Medicaid provides. And that is a lack of understanding, empathy, everything. They don't have doctors like that. And if they do, they're not the 3 black doctors on Medicaid I've seen, they're not interested in what I'm talking about. They'll still say that we're that racist. I don't know how you call black people racist.
Well,
Barely racist. Yeah.
it's
I'm working on it.
well. Look here.
Hey, let's share some of it.
What I was gonna say.
Shabaka's in the room.
Greetings, Shabaka. I see you. I'm wondering when I come back on, what did I miss? Because Shabaka is in the building. Baka Baka. What it do? With
I
all
feel like
that
Jesse brought
noise.
Shabaka over here and then Jesse escaped the plan. That's
What's
a
going
typical
on?
Jesse thing.
Breeding some Sin City. Tell me something.
Greetings, Shabaka.
Hey, brother L, yeah, how you be? Well, you guys got some background right there. Wait a minute. It might be this. Hold on. Let me see something here. Okay. All right. Okay. Still got the background noise. Okay.
No.
What happened to brother L? Yeah, I see Lady Che.
Yeah, he just popped off. I guess he'll be back on.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I guess you all saw the fiasco there in Chicago, Illinois, my birthplace. Okay. Expect to go to jail, or expect more of our people to go to prison on trumped up charges. You know what I mean? And I just find it very, very interesting that a person who's from Oakland, California, or Berkeley, which is right across the street from Oakland, born in 1965, and says nothing about the Black Panther Party. Okay. Not to mention the fact that Dr. Huey Percy Newton was murdered on this date in 1988, right across the street from where they got the statue set up there to him. Sister Akshita, I don't know if you saw it while you was in Oakland, where they had the mural up on the wall, that said the tribute to the women of the Black Panther Party. And I just find it very interesting that Kamala Harris is not going to mention these historical facts in the same county of where she was born, in the same county where she had railroaded people into the penitentiary before she became the district attorney of the city across the Bay. I just found that there very interesting. So I'm on the couch, you know what I'm saying? Come election day, I'm gonna make it a point to go to sleep that day. Now, I am bribable. I was born in the city of Chicago. Like I tell Sarge all the time, you know, they got certain traditions there, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. But the only thing I know is that we as a people, we in trouble. We is in trouble, folks. And I can't do it no more, you know, because age is catching up with me. You know what I'm saying? You know, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer is going to fold. And I'm sure that a lot of our haters out there appreciated that there be good news to them. So we simply let our haters hate, and we were great. You know what I'm saying? We're not the greatest of all time, but we were great. If we could rebuild it, you know what I'm saying? If we can get some investment off into it, fine. You know, I'll be happy to bring it back. But as it stands right now, folks, I'm tired. I can't do it no more. I can't do it no more. I do not believe that men could have menstrual cycles. That is an insult into the integrity of womanhood.
Shabaka, I don't even know how you jump ship the way you do. You be so quick about it. You be so fast and be like, you got as soon as you get in. No, you be in a nice little. You be saying some good stuff now. You say good stuff, Shabaka, but then you go and take that good stuff and then you put shit on top of it, and then you say, "Here, now take that." And don't nobody want it after that.
Yeah. Well, sister, let's just say I blaze the days and lean and clean.
He did this. Jesse did this. Mm-hmm.
Did
we got
what?
a nice little smooth little dialogue. And then where's Jesse, Shabaka?
Okay, I think Jesse's coming on. He was the one telling me that y'all was on.
See?
Well,
Jesse, messy Jesse.
This is what I wanted to say.
What's that?
Y'all keep talking about black people and what they not doing for the black people or for the people just in what you intend for them to do. Black people are really working the agenda of the enemy or the corrupt government. Because there's no black nation. So that's the significance of the question, where's the black nation? Because when something happens, when you go and get some service done and somebody in there looks like you and you know them from your neighborhood, they have taken a vow to go against you when they begin to work in that agency. Because they are on the agenda of the government, and the government is
like
corrupt,
the
and the government is corrupt based on terms and terminologies that were put into place. Now, I heard somebody say this. Now, I have to say this real quick. I heard somebody say that black, we all know that black is fairly new to the race scheme. And so because black is new, everything that was done in the civil rights movement, everything that was done in those movements, prior to now, this Black Lives Matter
that's
scheme.
A scam, sister.
That scheme they got going on called Black Lives Matter.
It's straight bullshit.
Yeah, that's because Black lives don't matter. And the things that you think you're due to by calling yourself black, you're not even considered. There's no laws that have been put into place to protect black people. Everything in law is to diminish black people. And so if you understand that calling yourself black puts you in a category to be considered dead in the eyes of the law, they don't even have to consider you, and you're talking about the rights of the people and reparations, they're laughing at you because the reparations belong to the Negroes.
Okay. All right. Just like I had a
Not the
debate
African
with a
Americans, not the blacks, not the foundational black Americans. None of those. Those are all new organizations, and there are no laws that protect them in that term.
okay. Now, let me make sure I got it right. Okay, because you just jogged a couple of memories. Okay, first place, we want to offer our condolences to the family of Dr. Huey Percy Newton. Okay, it's because in 1988 on this date he was murdered in Oakland. All right, first I want to get that straight. Now, what he did is that anytime that he went out there and made the patrols on San Pablo, Telegraph, Grove Street, which is now Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Way, East Oakland, he would tell
Time
the Oakland
out,
police.
time out, Brother Shabaka. There is a question on the floor that we appreciate the history, but there's a question on the floor. And we need an answer to the question. We need an answer to the question. And so the question is about if you understand that in the law, black means that you not getting nothing. We don't care about what you saying because you black, African American. We don't care. You're dead to us because you're black. You're an African American. That's what you say. You're a Negro. That's what you are. You're a Freedmen Bureau. None of that matters to us. What are you talking about? Every time you say it.
What I'm talking about. Okay, what I'm talking about, yeah, is this, man. Okay. When they look at you, when they look at me, when they look at Sister Akshita, if you don't have an idea of what you are in the eyes of the law, go to a city like Los Angeles. They will very much remind you and will take great pleasure in telling you what you are as the nightstick glides gracefully upside your head. Why do you think we had the rebellion there in 1992?
I am not their property. This is my ID, and this is what everybody get. I am not their property, and they don't have a right. They don't have a right to do anything to me based upon the way that I carry myself and deliver myself inside the name of the law on the land. Mm-hmm. They don't have the right to do anything to me. Mm-hmm. This is my ID. I'm not their property. I'm not a black. I'm not an African American by law.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, only thing I can say about that, Mr. Elyah, and I respect your reasoning, sir. I respect you as a brother. Okay, have you ever been to Los Angeles?
Brother, I've been to Ohio.
Okay, well, Ohio, sir, is in the Midwest. I'm talking about, have you ever been to a place called Los Angeles, California?
Have you ever been to Ohio and dealt with the racism in Ohio? First time I was ever called a nigger by a Caucasian person by one of them was in Ohio in the classroom, and he thought he could get away with it. And it was in 1983. And then the principal said to me, and they said, "This is the first black principal we've ever had in this school." And then he said to me, he said, "We don't fight over the word nigger." I said, "Oh, you don't, but I do. Not gonna call me no nigga." And then I had to fight him and his brothers and friends for like 2 weeks after that because of that one fight. So when you ask me about Los Angeles, racism and evilness is the same everywhere. Los Angeles ain't got no mark on hanging people. Mississippi do.
Yes, sir. It does. California does have a history of lynching here,
Alabama, Georgia, Florida. They got the marks for hanging back then. They got the marks.
Okay. And where do you think that the majority of the Los Angeles police officers come from? Is the South. Read that book called Chief by a racist ass bastard by the name of Daryl Gates and Chief William H. Parker, LAPD,
so the point of that is, so the point of that is that as much as you're asking me about Los Angeles, I consider it everywhere where our people are in that same danger. So, and those of us who are people who are in that danger are the ones who are United States property by their own words.
Okay.
By being Black, African American, by being a United States citizen when you don't have to be, when you know they didn't write the Constitution for you. What, you don't play for the Dallas Cowboys, why you keep walking in the locker room? You don't play for a basketball team, why you keep walking in the locker room expecting to be treated like a player?
Okay, but sir, I ask you this question again. Okay, when did we, as a people, okay, regardless of which we wish to identify ourselves, petition the U.S. government to be citizens here? I'll wait.
Okay, when did we petition them? Through integration in the 1800s and the 1865. It's supposedly, yeah, see, he doesn't want to hear that. He hung up. In 1865, after slavery, we were supposed to go build our own nation and have our own constitution. Instead, we desired to be under the United States. And we started going after what the United States had in its rights. Why? Because their people were spending money and getting cars. We did not understand how they were spending money. And all the way to this day, families of ours can sit around and talk about how their families seem to have a trust with their own family bylaws in them. Now, if you can't extend that with your family, then this is where I'm saying this is where we lost it, because we lost the true way of law for ourselves. And in losing the true way of law for ourselves, we went under others in order to produce. This forced us into integration. That, remember, back in those days, the 1800s, in order to get in college, you had to be lighter than a paper bag. Now, did we make that system up towards each other? Or did somebody else? But wait, listen, and y'all got listen. We cannot have separate conversations and think they're not one thing. So I have to reiterate this at this point. When the curtain is pulled off the Wizard of Oz, we're gonna see people darker than us standing behind the curtain, controlling and manipulating everything that's going on. However, to get into colleges, you had to be lighter than a paper bag. The darker skinned people couldn't make it in. So we were trying to fit in, and then the light skin held it over the dark skin. That we were doing this, and light skin was better. And everybody came up through the 60s and 70s and 80s. We remember. So we fed into a poisonous system of self. It culminates when Martin Luther King says, I done led my people into a burning house. That's where, what was that about? Civil rights. He was doing civil rights. So he led his people into a house. When we make a difference between Creole people and us, we are doing ourselves a disservice.
Okay.
The brown paper bag was done because of the brown paper bag was done to get into college and for jobs. If you were lighter than a paper bag, you could get into college and you can get jobs.
Okay. Now, who taught us that bullshit?
Who taught you what?
That's why light-skinned people think they better than dark-skinned people now.
Okay, now hold on a second. Who came up with that bullshit? It was the raping, slave trading, pedophiles.
In particular.
The raping, slave trading, pedophiles.
Okay, now, you asked me a question. Let me answer. You asked me a question. Let me answer.
Mm-hmm.
Within all communities are savages. Within all communities are savages. And we see the savages, we see them in our own. if we be true to ourselves, we see the savage.
Blame the plantation system for that bullshit.
No, I see you want to blame somebody. Let me tell you who you blame. You blame the person who did not take accountability and control of themselves for what they have done.
Well,
we're not blaming. We're not. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man. I'm not blaming my afflictions on something that happened. I'm a grown man, right? If I have an argument with my woman in the house, I'm a man. I'm a man. Ain't that how it go down? I'm a man. You ain't gonna tell me. So then I'm a man when it comes to my actions. I'm a man when it comes to my word. I'm a man when another man standing in front of me and I'm looking at the world. I'm a man. And so you're going to respect me as a man. I'm going to stand on my square all the time. I'm never going to back down. So this is where Shabaka, we can't blame that system, and we can't blame, because everything from 1492, Christopher Columbus was looking for Indians. He bumped into over here. He sure didn't find any Indians. He was looking for India to find Indians. This ain't India.
He was a drunken savage, the drunk bastard.
It doesn't matter. It's a lie. His story is a lie. Let's just deal with the fact that his story is a lie. Let's just deal with the fact that his story was a lie from 1492. The whole world admits it, and then let's move on. After we admit that that's a lie, after we admit that 1492 was a lie, then we go through the 15 and 1600s and we see what other lies were constructed that went into the 17 and 1800s, that lead us into the 1900s, that lead us all the way to today. But we have to be willing, to be accountable for ourselves beyond their lies that start in 1492.
Okay, everything that you said right there, okay, if you was at one of these crap tables, man, was betting on that, man, I will back up your bet, okay? You see what I'm saying? I don't hate you, brother. I'm not your enemy. You know what I'm saying? You know, well, I don't mean you no harm, brother. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you said right there, I would go up there and bet on the crap table if I could make said bet. You see what I'm saying? And I think it will hit. They'll say, now. But the thing is that this miseducational system that they have, well, you're going to sit up there and, like Sister Akshita don't want me to say it, but she know what I'm going to say about this confusion that they got, how should I say, what our young people when they mature into adults. I'm going to leave it like that. You know what I'm saying? To be politically correct. You see what I'm saying? That's demonic, brother. That is sickening. That disrespects the sanctity, repeat, the sanctity of womanhood to support Sister Akshita when she says that she is the matriarch. It's because I've heard her on other podcasts, my podcast, cuss out these brain dead motherfuckers and make them look totally ignorant. With her facts, with her cool demeanor, without using one cuss word. Now, me, you know, I'm kind of guilty of using some cuss words, you know what I'm saying? Because this arthritis that I got, you know, oh, it's bad, oh, it's real bad, you know what I'm saying? Okay, but however, you know, like you witnessed you witnessed over the years, Akshita, when we did SB, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, inspired by the one and only Mad Dr. D, may he rest in power. You know, and I've got tons of notes right here. You know what I'm saying? I want to archive these episodes. You see what I mean? Because a lot of it I just find downright hilarious. You see what I'm saying? When I listen to Sarge, when I listen to Joe Gibson, well, the Greeks was a bunch of practicing homosexuals. They did not wash their funky asses.
Okay, so look, check this out, Shabaka. Real quick, I'm sorry. I just want to address something real quick because I hear this all the time, and we like to blame the colonizers and things like that for rape and things like that. But in today's society, there's no slave master. There's no one governing households except for those in charge of that household. And what happens under the roofs of these homes can be downright just terrible. And we have
Despicable.
despicable, yes, very much
Okay.
despicable. And
Okay.
incest and molestation within
Those are
families
acts wrong within themselves.
is real. That is where pedophilia begins.
Mm-hmm.
And the only and the easiest way for a pedophile to gain access to children is for the
Right.
parents to agree. And the parents to agree by their actions and neglect.
Mm-hmm. And denial of such horror happening.
And not that's their actions in denial.
Mm-hmm. You know,
And
now,
so,
for a man to go out there and
so you can't blame society. You muted, y'all.
oh yeah, you muted, sir.
Please allow ladies to speak.
Okay, so yeah, that was
He's
it.
muted.
Come on, Lady Shay, what you want? What you got to say? She froze.
Yeah. No, man.
So she gonna have to come back in. But
yeah, because you know this is how they do it. There she is.
It looked like it, but it ain't. That ain't the case.
Okay, she froze up again.
She came out of freezing and back into froze. And so
okay, there she is. Wait a minute.
It's important to understand that these the first abusers come from inside the home, and we're so busy looking outside the home for the wrong things and inside the home for the wrong things. It's like the insight of our thought process and mind and how things are functioning is turned inside out, and we're not being honest about the fact that we were first abused at home. And the home abuse is what made it possible for anybody else in the world to abuse you, because you don't see nobody that has proper support and love from their family getting abused by people on the outside, because they come up around them and cover them in protection and support and say, hey, I know this person, I support this person, and I stand with this person, and I'm not going to allow you to hurt this person. If that's not happening, then you're like a sheep left out in the midst of wolves.
Well, you're right on that there, Sister Akshita. But
so that's
another
where it
place,
starts. But so then then you're conditioned. You're then conditioned to the behavior of superiority and inferiority, and that's why it makes sense to you.
Well, being a man, okay, and I'm sure El Yah will agree with me on that. Okay, the majority of men hate them type of dudes. Why do you think that when they go into prison, they got to put them in
but I don't
protective
even see how you jump back in on that like that, because that's the point you're trying to make. And so the thing is that people have freedom of choice to choose whatever they want in their own life. Why are you so busy concerned about what other people's sexual behaviors are in the bedroom? And even though these issues have come to the surface as to the drag queen things that they do, all these things that they're doing, ridiculous. That's all that is out of pocket. And here's the deal: it's the parents that are agreeing to this.
Okay. All right.
When I put my daughter in school, I had to sign a permission for her to either take self-care classes or self-identity classes. What? I don't need you to help my child identify with who she is. You know what I'm saying? We having a battle enough with that, with the internet and just her own thinking. So now, no, I don't choose that. I choose for, if she's going to learn anything, it's going to be self-care. So my
Right.
daughter does meditation
Okay.
before lunch,
Right.
and she is learning to still her mind and quiet her mind and come into a peaceful space. And I see how the school and the teacher in the school is what they're doing, that is building and helping, building upon what I've already begun in her life, so it doesn't take her off course. Now I have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And my
Okay.
choice is that I don't mind her being in a school system that's going to help her grow and to develop into something greater and move her along in where I couldn't take her. I brought her as
Mm-hmm.
far as I could take her. Now I need help to get her to the next levels, and the school system is going to help me do it. But the thing is that if I didn't like what they was doing, I could remove her and put her in an environment that was more suitable to our standards and likings. I
Well,
like this
sister.
school and I like what they're doing, but it's not the school that's it's the a lot of times people are in situations, and it's like a generational curse on their lives, and they grow up in these projects and they are
Right.
conditioned for project life. And so you won't
Yeah.
see a lot of them that will come out of the projects. They either stay there, they begin to have families there themselves, and they die there.
Right.
And so these
Yep.
projects are used as points of study for data collection. And then
That's
you
why
don't
they are called projects.
okay, and then the people in the projects are black. They're dead in the eyes of the law. They were breeded into this circumstance, which means they're hybrid people already. They're not human.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is
Okay.
another thing. This is what happened also during the transatlantic slave trade. They started breeding people. That was the point of the breed. Y'all talk about the breeding farms, so you
Yeah.
understand that there was breeding going on. So if it was breeding going on, that means that there was something in the mix that wasn't natural.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you that because Brother Che brought it up. I believe Tariq Nasheed, Brother Che, had mentioned this here when they had the breeding farms. They would generally put hoods over the men folk so they don't know who they was breeding with, rather if it was their own sister, their own mama, their own grandma, and what have you. You see, they called it buck breaking. Okay,
Right.
where
They
they
did
would
those
degrade,
things. And
where they
then you
would
guess what?
degrade.
And you
Go
want to
ahead.
know what happens when the DNA is too close? The child comes out with issues,
Yeah,
mental developmental issues,
blood
physical
issues.
issues,
Yep,
disabilities, and things like that. And so
yep.
that's why
Fact.
most of these families, all of them get an SSI check. If you ain't
Mm-hmm.
got no SSI check, you ain't got no money. So
Mm-hmm.
then, even if you not legally what you consider crazy, they learn how to play crazy so they can get the check. So
Well,
now
sister,
it's a conditioning of the mind to play crazy when you not crazy, but you learned how to play the system at being black and how to
okay, well,
escape the system. But it ain't helping you win anything. It's only pacifying your discomfort where you have become comfortable.
Can we
well,
let
it
can we
sound like you read the autobiography of Malcolm X.
can we let
No,
Shay
I haven't. Maybe his energy just came through me just then. But Lady Che, come on to the floor. What you got to say?
please mute Chewbacca?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. All right. Um, I have three questions I've been holding on to. Now, earlier, Sister Sheeta, you said um, that it be, the that it belongs to the Negro, reparations, stuff like that, right? So stuff like that. Sorry, there's so much information displayed right now. Um, so how should we be wording it then, appropriately? If it's like that, what's the proper wording one should use to express their upset and
Well,
the lack and the need for and the need to be paid for reparation or what is owed to them. What's the
okay,
proper way
I
to pay
can't
it?
speak to that.
I want to make a correction.
Yes,
Negro,
sir. I'm ready.
Negro,
There's a
Black,
yeah, it's another term.
African American, and all that other stuff, all equal the same thing.
Yeah.
And nothing is due
Yeah.
none of them. Nothing is due none of
Yes.
them.
All right. That's what I meant to say.
None of them are a people. None of them are a nation. They are all made up from somebody else's mind, the mind of the situation that we're in. And it starts, Negro is one of the words that starts us down this road.
So for the enslaved that weren't paid for their work,
So
how would you then word it?
Everybody who was a prisoner of war, not slave, prisoner of war, came
Prisoner of
from a nation. They came from a nation, and your grandmothers have told you who you are. Your aunts have told you who you are. You came from a nation. This is the part that Negro, Black, African American wipes out. What's the greatest trick the devil ever played? To make you think that you wasn't there. When you talk about your history, your lineage, you start talking about everything from 1492. You don't go to BC period to see yourself, and you're there. It's you.
Oh well, yeah, we go way back there.
No, you don't. You do not go back there. That you only go back as 1492 as blacks and African Americans.
No. Brother Che would tell you, no, sir. We have done stories,
You're
man.
missing the point. You're missing the point, Shabaka, because you take those people and you call them black. You take those people and you call them black, and they're not black or African Americans. Those people in BC period, those people before 1492 were nations, not blacks. They were not black people.
Okay.
You can't say black people.
You had the nation of Mali. You had the nation of Tanzania. You had the nation of Mutamba that we have done stories on with Her Majesty Queen Nzinga. When them stinking savages came and told her that she was a colony.
So now that you're naming all of those over there, now you're naming all of those over there. But Shabaka, let's keep it to today, Shabaka. Let's keep it to today. As opposed
you gotta look at look at this way here, man. Are you familiar with the concept?
That's why I'm saying you gotta go back. You cannot sit here and just talk 1492. I am talking about it. You gotta go back beyond 1492 to describe who we are.
I'm going way back before 1492. Okay, I'm going way back.
Yes, sir. So now, are you going back as far as the Greeks and the Romans to say that was us? I'm telling you it was.
Sir. I don't recognize no homosexual, faggot-ass Greek. I don't recognize no stinking, nasty, filthy Roman.
Now, that's because of the teachings of being black that are knocking us off course, that we don't understand that the original Greeks and Romans were us. And as you go through time periods, you will find out that these type of things have always existed. Listen to a pattern. There has always been the fight against gay people, and then there have always been the societies that existed with gay people, and they go up and down, getting knocked out because Hitler was complaining about the gay people at his time. And it was taboo to be gay. And we grew up in an era where nobody wanted to be gay and nobody wanted to be known as gay. So now today it's open, but it's been open before in certain times. So now to pick and try to say one group of people, this, that, or the other, were being disingenuous to the whole idea of the socialness of the world and what the world has gone through. Because now if you even talk to the people in Akabulan, which we used to call Africa, if you talk to them about gay people, they'll tell you the witch doctors were the gay people. And they witch doctors lived way off outside of from the rest of everybody else. But it was the witch doctors who were the gay people. We don't know our own histories, but we keep talking about it. We're ignoring human stuff, and this is why we can't fix it. And we're mixing it up into race in order to explain a particular position when it's just the fault of humans and the reason why they doing what they doing the way they doing it. I yield the floor.
Yes, sir. Okay. Off the research that I've done, in my 50 plus years. Go ahead, sister.
Thank you.
I'll mute myself out.
Okay. I just want to say, as far as the terms Negro and Black and all the changes, if you understand the agenda, you can understand how you got to where you are, and then trace back to how it all came to be and why. So if the Negroes had the civil rights and had the privileges and things like that, then if they take the name Negro off, now stop using that term and then say, now we're going to call you African Americans and Blacks. But before they became Negroes, they were Moors, or they were Cherokee, or like Brother Jesse said, Blackfoot, the Blackfoot Nation, or Cherokee Nation, Chickasaw Nation. You know,
there's a missing link with that.
All these different nations of people and all these different variations. Okay, but the point of the matter is, it was a nation, and and only a nation can speak to a nation, and only a nation will gain the respect of another nation. So if you have a nation saying that you have no nation, and we're only gonna deal with you under the terms of slavery, and you have to go by the names of Negro, Black, and African American, and that makes you chattel property. They're not going to tell you this, but that's what it is. When you break down what the words mean and why, and the position and place of the word, and then look at the people in which call themselves that. But then you have people who call themselves that because they play in the game. They know better. They know different. But they play in the game because they getting all the benefits and the money that you talking about that you belongs to you. It's the people who know they're not Black, pretending to be Black to get your money.
Because you don't know how to access it,
because you're not knowing how to access it.
Okay. Sister Akshay. Okay.
Yes.
As you know about me, ma'am, I've traveled in every Western state here. California, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, great state of Texas, down there good and bud. Louisiana, and I even been through your state of Alabama. Okay, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and I'm missing a state somewhere. Oh, Colorado. Yeah. Okay. But the thing is, I don't understand. Now, riddle me this. Why do African women have the curvature like the letter C, and all these other women look like 6 o'clock bimbos like Taylor Swift?
That's not necessarily true. Especially not this day and age. You can't tell. You can see a woman walking with a bun in her head, walking from the back, and you wouldn't know half the time if she was what you call black or white.
He talking about
if you go to Hollywood, where they got Fredericks in Hollywood, where the white women go up there and get them artificial ass implants and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Los Angeles is the circus.
Well, everybody knows that already. That's why people go there, because they can go there and get into character. It's a whole. It's just like you.
Yeah, you got some characters there.
Who framed Roger Rabbit? You remember that movie?
I've heard that. Who framed it? Was it the LAPD?
No, I don't even remember at this point who framed Roger, but he figured it out and he got his lady back.
Wow. Okay. The only thing I can say about this, is that the history of the so-called black woman, common term, for El Ya, goes back to the beginning of time. You get these 6 o'clock bimbos going to Fredericks and Hollywood.
Why they got to be 6 o'clock bimbos?
Huh? Why they got to be 6 o'clock bimbos? Because they look like 6 o'clock.
Everybody got a story.
Okay, well, you turn them sideways, they look like 6 o'clock. You see what I'm saying? And then they want our women to hate themselves is because the black woman has got the natural attributes that they wish they could have.
Those times are over, like for real. And that's just
no, sis, I don't think
why are we talking about women's physique? Like,
they are over. Listen, they are over, and I'm a masculine saying this. Our side stars posture, their body is not.
Oh yeah, you're welcome, brother.
It's not the desire that we seek from them. We seek there. If we look at our communities, our women aren't comforted. And we already went through the booty and stuff. We did all of that. And it didn't work. So it's not going to work now. So we have to respect them on a higher level. And that higher level is what we're calling Ma'at, supreme justice, and things of that nature. We're respecting them on that level for their brain. And for what they can bring to the table to help save us as a people. Their body figures and all of that. That's the last thing that we concerned about at the round table where we discussing with them how they're going to help us stay alive. We're having different conversations in a different way, brother, about all of this stuff and how we dealing with it. We are not. Now, you asked about the women and their shapes. And the answer to your question is, again, the Dawes Act. Because of the Dawes Act, that's why you see the women.
Is that the $5 Indian brother chair with El speaking about the Dawes Act?
But this is our 5th conversation saying the same thing about it. And you haven't grasped it yet. You haven't taken that.
They're still trying to prove something that ain't true to be true. And so you're going to keep on having the conversation because maybe one day it'll get through. And I don't know.
Please let my star lady speak.
I want to play some music here.
Okay,
Okay,
Lady
let
Che.
me say this here. Let me say this here. Okay, and let's hear some music, sister.
Lady Che ain't even finished asking her questions.
Okay, only thing I want to say this here, then I'm gonna shut up. Listen to me when I tell you this, folks. It takes 5 men to carry a man to his grave, and it only takes one woman to put him there.
Really, Shabaka?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Let Lady Shay speak.
We're trying to
Please
say, Lady
mute
Che.
All right, I have a separate off-topic question.
Thank you.
Can you explain the differences between living or live birth certificate, a certificate of live birth, and a birth certificate, and why certain ones didn't have any racial demographics on them and others did, and how did that come about, and when did it change? Um, and what does that mean if you only had, if you're a person born with a certificate of live birth with no racial or any kind of demographics on it, no birth certificate, but
I was born with I have a live certificate of
it
birth.
just shows that your gender that you're assigned with.
I got my birth certificate from Cook
I have
County.
a certificate of
Let me
live
go
birth.
let me go get my birth
I
certificate from
never
Cook
had
County.
to change it over from a birth certificate, and the only and just from my own personal experience with that, where I was born was county, and in this part of the county is where freedmen settled. There were no slaves. It did not belong to the city until the people sold out and took a deal to put a little playground up with their name up on it. They wanted to, we're the establishers of these communities when they were not. They moved in, but the people who were the true establishers of those communities are standing by and supporting the actions because they, out of their mind, don't know what they did. And ever since they opened up First to 14th Street of Mobile Terrace in Mobile, Alabama, where it used to be a free land where the police couldn't even come over there and mess with nobody. They couldn't even come over there and investigate. You shoot somebody in the street and people gonna take care of it because there was, or there was. We policed our own area. This is how my cousin got shot and died from a gunshot wound. You know what I'm saying? From somebody that shot him in the head back there, and there was couldn't do nothing. So justice was taken in our own hands as far as the family goes. Nonetheless, it's not that anymore. At this point, they have 2 streets that they have taken, and now the store that was on 10th Street is now ran by somebody from Nigeria or Ghana. And they have homes where they have now begun to put people from Africa in these homes that don't socialize and do not associate with the original people of the community in which they have moved into. I saw this with my own eyes because I was living on 14th Street. And I walked every day up and through the neighborhood and community because I was always walking. And so every day, every morning, I would get up and walk, and I observe things as I'm walking, and I'm feeling the energy in which I'm in. As far as what happened in the change in the community, it is not the same because it's now considered a part of the city. It's not county anymore. It's not free anymore. So my point is my birth certificate was a certificate of live birth.
I can't find
my daughter, my youngest daughter that was born in Mobile, Alabama, also has a certificate of live birth. But my daughter Aisha she was born in South Carolina. She has a birth certificate and it's different, but I'm not concerned about that because she takes on whatever I am. So I don't even have to, worry about that. But if I was to have to correct it, the only one I would have to correct is Aisha's with Richland County in South Carolina. So in that You know, but my point is I don't have the specifics. I don't have the specifics on when it changed and how it changed. My understanding of it is if you are identifying yourself not as black, they can't put it on there, and they have to give you a certificate of live birth because you have to file it for your own records.
Well, they put on my birth certificate back at that
Wait,
time when I was
Shabaka, hold
born.
on a second. Shabaka, please, hold on. This is important. Um, my father died the day before, a couple hours before I was born. He had a brain. His brain was swelling up. He was in a motorcycle accident, and that he wasn't coming back. So when no, he had been in an accident. He was in a coma for a long time, and that my mother let him go off the machine. But she didn't think I was alive anymore inside the womb, because I guess I wasn't really interactive with her. But when I was born, it said where it says my parents' name on it. It didn't say that my father was deceased at that point on my certificate of live birth. And on my certificate of live birth, it just shows my gender as a female, and it didn't show anything racial. Like I'm fair skinned, so it could have been white, it could have been whatever, right? So there was no racial wording there. And my brother has a birth certificate. I was born in two separate I was born in Los Angeles in a hospital. Or, they said the opposite had burned down. The inside had burned out of a little fire. The little place had a little fire. But I was always able to get records back and forth, right? I never had a birth certificate. They said I could never, because I'm born in California, said I could never change it over to a birth certificate. It was just a certificate of live birth, and then I would receive a certificate upon, going, a pass, you pass your certificate of death, excuse me, right? And I was just like, when did it change? Because I've seen several, and around my age range, where it would say,
Please mute.
I was born in 1980. I've seen it say colored. I've seen it say colored. I've seen it say Negro. I've seen it say Hispanic. I've seen it say Asian, Native. I've seen it say white, Alaskan. I've seen him place different things in those areas around my age, around my year. And my brother was born in a different hospital in a different part of California. So he came with a birth certificate, and it said like native or something like that, Native American.
Mine said
we have
when I
characters.
was born in Crook County, mine said Negro.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean for people like? What does that mean for people like me, like who's been? There's never been. If it wasn't for my mother, my mother, she left at an early age, teaching me it is basically how to read and write, and I didn't really know, until I went into the system. I didn't know I had another father who passed away, so I was being raised by my brother's father. So there was a lot of confusion right there. But what does that mean? Like, do we always just have is there never a way to fill in that space as an adult? I mean, when you go to jail, they clearly mark me down as Black, Indian, and French. I've been like ever since I can remember. You know what I mean? My religion is
Can I
Muslim.
Can I answer her?
Can I talk right here, Smoke? Ask you serious questions.
Can I answer her? So,
go ahead.
all right, everybody, please mute. Please mute. So, 1930s, you have the 1933 Banking Act. 1930s, Nation of Islam. 1930s, a whole bunch of churches and speakers and people calling us Black and African American. 1933 Banking Act, birth certificates, social security cards. 1933 Banking Act, making the way that we operate in banking, making us the enemy of the state, the everyday citizen, enemy of the state. So, as the United States Census says, signing on with one of these races is like arbitrary. It's just something that you do. You don't have to. So, with your mother being the one who signed your birth certificate, she asked about race, you put no race. And I'm not going to put no race. However, others of our parents answered and gave a race. And so race was placed on the birth certificate. And this is how it happened. And this is what's in place. Now, the birth certificates, somewhere within the whole story of it all, when you came into the world, you weighed an X amount and you were worth that much in gold. Your birth certificate and your the birth certificate is your bond, and the social security number is an account number.
Okay, where are you getting this knowledge from, Elia?
From trust information and from all the information that you have to sit down and you have to study it and you have to see it, and then when you see it, you'll see it once you see it, but you got to sit down.
Okay, let me be more specific. Okay, is this information from a governmental source?
From a governmental, all right, from a governmental source, yeah, because you can actually type the numbers into the, listen, this is why people have gone to jail doing this, because they accessed the account and used it in the wrong way. They paid bills and everything. They did it, but they did it the wrong way. Going in on their own. There's a system in place to utilize so that you can get at your trust.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Now, who developed and/or invented / created this system?
Our ancestors. That's why we have a treaty on this land. It's a part of it. But we didn't do our part. We went into somebody else's trust when we had our own, and we didn't develop and build our own.
Okay, now, sir, you are aware of the fact that the Moorish nation or what have you was not the only one on the continent of Akibalan. You know this, right?
When you say the continent of Akibalan, what you call Africa is now Akibalan or Nubia or Ubuntu. They're going back to their original names. And even Haile Selassie I said that Ethiopia is no longer Ethiopia, it's Addis Ababa. And so these are the proper names of our people that take slavery.
So she did me a favor, basically, is what I'm asking.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Do that birth certificate not having a race up there? Yes. And that's kind of like proof to you that race means nothing. The color of
the Los Angeles Police Department.
Listen, Shabaka, the reason why it matters to the Los Angeles Police Department, listen why. Those who have signed on to be Black and African American are living outside of the law. You have said, I'm Black, I'm a criminal, I'm an African American, I'm a thug, I'm an African American, I'm a whore, I'm an African American. Oh, arrest me. I ain't got nothing to do around here lately. I ain't going to work. I don't do that. I don't do nothing productive at all day with you or without you. I ain't going to move. I ain't, and I don't expect me to be, and my children ain't. and none of us is, and you look at all of us and we just a bunch of ignorant goddamn fools out there. This is what black means, and nobody wants to accept it. This is what it means.
Okay, now. Oh yeah, I mean no disrespect. Okay, but I have to ask you this question, brother. So you saying we should go around here and call ourselves white? Deal with the imitation of life?
You keep dealing in color. You ain't never heard me say nothing about color. You heard me say what I said. Get in touch with your nation according to what your grandparents done told you. Get in touch with your nation according to what that's what I said. I didn't say nothing about a color. There is no white, there is no black.
Okay.
None of that exists.
Like said,
the only thing that
exists is man, and get back with me on that one, man. Now I'm not, not knocking what you're saying. Okay. And but like I said, go to Los Angeles, get stopped by the LAPD and get back with that.
Well, let's listen to a song real quick.
What you gonna play?
I'm gonna play Tahaka Bay.
Oh, okay, yeah, very good, very good.
Tahaka Bay.
Yes.
All right. What happened to the music?
I don't know what it's doing. Hold on.
Oh, they got it. Oh, you got.
My bad.
There you go. You got to turn a little thing on right there.
Yeah.
That thing right there.
Okay. All right, here we go again. Time to check some people. Tahaka Bay. I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. That's right. Islam. We for love, truth, peace, and freedom. Won't nobody do it, leave it to me, I will. You lames, you gotta chill, you still not real. I've been watching you fake snakes acting different, cause you don't live in the hood and don't get public assistance. Man, my people be tripping when they think they better. All type of degrees, still dumber than ever. So corrupt and foul, but they know how to hide. They polish their life, it look good on the outside, but pull the veil back and I expose them all. They be tricking worse than them shorties up in the mall. Getting high as a kite, beating they wife and got a mistress and got a nerve to look down on you. The brothers is cursed, even worse than the know not. We know who you are, but all the heck you do is throw shots. We see what you got. Okay, you made it through school. Okay, you overcame. Little homie, that's cool. That's cool. So, you done came up with your little education. Now you wanna look down on me and my peeps? Well, keep on looking down. That's right. And watch us. We on the come up. That's right, fam. Let's go. I'm sick and tired of these lame old frauds. Keep picking up the mic device, acting so hard. I've been through that fire, the type of things you never heard of. Little lanes like you will commit self-murder. You acting like life's so sweet over a beat. In the street without your heat, you clowns is weak. In the spot, in the box, you straight mince meat. Them tattoo tears make you look like a geek. Little sideshow freak, acting like they G, acting like they me, or who I used to be. But they all be embellishing, no effing intelligence. Taking care of your seeds, irrelevant, impressing them shorties, cause she got a little shape. But her nail and her weave, her whole style is fake. How can she be a dime, her brain flatline? Her birth canal is probably foul as swine. Oh, dead. Spit a few bars, somebody put you on. Now you act like you hard. You ain't hard, nah. You straight bluffing. Exactly. I'm getting at you. Let's go.
I'm trying to tell you all, just wake up. How many lives will we destroy to get caked up? How much time will it take us to even the score? How many dope fiend babies on the NICU floor? How many queens gotta turn into crackhead whores before we understand our savior is yet to be born? We got our eyes to the sky, the solution is in us. God put that with us. We born winners, we choose to be sinners. I play along, forgive us and forgive me for the way that I choose to deliver. But my message is the same as the Moorish Quran, but I say it in a way that certain people will respond. So go ahead, talk, ridicule and judge me, and go and sit around and watch things get ugly. When it all fall apart, the people you look down on, they be the only one that you can count on. It ain't look like your mother, father, sister, or friend. We need to realize we all we got in the end. Ain't nobody coming to your rescue but you. Instead of running your mouth, won't you see what you can do? Your life is only worth what you sacrifice. And black people, stop being so trifling. Asiatics, stop being so trifling. Come on, people, stop being so trifling. It's time for us to come up. We gotta stop playing, man. More step to the front. Stop acting like you bougie.
So when you are living in this area, you have to leave it, like, cannot take.
Islamism.
That was on point. That was a message for all people. He didn't talk down on black people or Moors. He's saying get your head right, whether you call yourself black or Moor.
Well, as the Queen Mother has said,
we should get together and unite and stop fighting over what we look like and what we choose to call ourselves. Ain't no way we'll be able to get all the people who have adopted the sense of being black in their mind it won't ever change. So it has to come to a point to where we even begin to accept the term black. We have to change what that means. We have to write it in and change what that means and demand that the change be universal. But if we're taking our seats back, then we don't have to demand anything. We're just gonna come in and put into action what we have to put into action. But the thing is that people gonna fight us against even just taking away the system or changing the system.
well, ma'am, there's an old saying and an art that they practice out here in the city of Las Vegas for many, many years. Protect yourself at all times, mentally, physically, spiritually.
What does that have to do with what we look like? We should be doing that anyway.
Well, sister, there's a lot of us who don't.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
why don't they? It's
self-destructive.
because they've been abused probably at home first. And
Probably,
and conditioned for abuse. So that's the whole
Probably.
point. That's the whole point of what Lady Che is saying with the mental health. We got to get back to the mental health and getting to helping those people who are having programs available for people, and that's what the whole spirituality thing is all about, is to get through those mental illnesses. Because here's the deal, I believe that mental illnesses are only possessions by demons or negative or bad energy. That's all it is. And so if you change your ways and change your thoughts, that type of stuff will get up off of you. But if you letting it hold you down, if you allowing that energy to hold you down, then you continue to be arrested in your heart, and your heart cannot love, and you'll be arrested in your mind. You cannot think of anything good. You're only thinking of things that ain't got nothing to do with building or growing, and then you end up hiding behind walls, pretending to be something that you're not, while you all always got something to say.
Well, the only thing I can say on that there, sister, is that the human mind is unlimited as space itself.
Well, you can say what you want to say, We think, I think on purpose. And I do things on purpose. If I want to feel good, I'm not going to sit up and talk about things that are going to upset me and anger me all day. I'm going to find something that's going to shift my thoughts to something
Okay.
positive that's going to help me to grow. Like, I literally been up in here laid out because my back, I'm in pain, but I still do things that need to be done. I'm still getting around and getting things done. I'm not quitting and I'm not giving up because I'm hurt or not feeling. I take my breaks when I need to. My point is, my point is that we all have a choice to want to be a better version of ourselves, or to remain in the same seat that we've been sitting in, that we don't even fit in no more. It's like sitting your big overgrown self in a kindergarten desk and saying, I remember sitting here. And so I remember sitting here. I mean, I can still sit here even though your circulation getting cut off at the legs because you can't feel nothing no more. You've been sitting there so
Oh,
long.
you too?
Not me. I'm talking in general. You
No,
so
okay.
so you identify.
No, sister,
So
because
can
I
I,
have a problem, you know, with I have, what do they say that they diagnosed me with? I have spinal degenerative disease. You see, so, you know, my whole right leg goes numb. I can't get up there and do what I used to do at 25, 45, or what have you, and not trying to. See, the only thing that I do is pass on down to the generations after me of what I've lived through historically so they can make proper decisions for the future. And I'm thinking that the Almighty will bless me upon my eventual transition. That's all I can do it to say.
Well,
can I say?
I see a lot of people living and thriving their life at 70, 80, and on
Hey,
up.
sister, more
So
power to them.
yeah, more
My
power to
great
them. But you
grandmother
know what
lived
I'm
until
saying?
she was
Hey, let me just
96.
say this right now, because the way you talking, you might go tonight. So it's been an honor to get to know you, to be able, no, for real, because that's how we talking. So we gonna go ahead and get your eulogy ready.
My what?
Your eulogy.
Oh,
So
eulogy. Oh, yeah.
can I say something, please? Okay,
Yes,
all right.
please.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, I have to say this. Due to law and the standards by which everything has already been set in motion, my pen, my energy, my thoughts will not allow me to defend people calling themselves Black and African American on a political and social level. I'm not walking in the streets for any marches. I'm not protesting. I'm not doing any of that when it comes to Black and African and all the other names. I'm not doing any of them things that are outside of the law.
I'm not
And
either.
okay, and I have to make that very clear. Our coming together with our people. See, like the people at the Moorish Science Temple, they could be mad at me because I said our people. Only thing our people got to say that they'll do, right? First of all, you inhale and exhale, so you're already a part of the family. Now, let's bring it all up to date, right? You have to want to uplift fallen humanity. That's the mission. The goals are to do it in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And part 3 is we can't call ourselves any slave names. That's 3 of the foundations of what we're doing. Here goes the lawful parts. We have a treaty that is known through the world, and we have constitution and bylaws that we all exist by. And then you have your religions, and in the religions, they have their constitutions and stuff. So we're not arguing about religions. But we have on a government level things that we need to associate ourselves with. And then we have on our own particular spiritual levels that we associate ourselves with. So now the Moors could be mad at me because I said we're using the divine constitution and bylaws from Prophet Noble Drew Ali that they have at the Moorish Science Temple. We're using it, and guess what? You're not a part of the Moorish Science Temple if you don't want to be. Now, see, the Moors could be mad at me for that, but they're not. No one has come at me for it. No one has said anything to me, because this is our right to extend these things and do these things and make these things law amongst all of us.
It's like betting, right, Elia? Like betting. It's like betting.
But every individual is vetting themselves. You're realizing there's no value in calling yourself black. And then you're saying to yourself, are you the type of person who can help uplift fallen humanity? Can you operate in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice? Can you not call yourself by any slave terms or make any slave references to yourself and our people? You make those decisions. And once you feel like you can commit to those decisions, then understand that in the law that all governments recognize, we have treaties, and we have one with the United States, with this being our land, and they're allowed to use the ports for trade, because we're not going to stop them. We're going to trade ourselves. We're not out to stop them from trading. We're out to trade ourselves.
Okay, now let me ask you this question, yeah, if I may. All right, shit, I forgot my train of thought. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. It'll come back to me.
So when we look at the United States government, the corporation, and we look at who their choices of presidents are, the best president we want right now is Donald Trump, because he's a businessman. And we are out to do business, aren't we? We aren't begging people for anything. We're out to do business, aren't we? We want to do trade, right? So we want people who want to trade. That's the Republicans. We don't want handouts from the government. We want to be able to handle most of everything we doing ourselves. Those are Republicans. Democrats make government, and I'm going to show y'all another secret. Visit any Democratic city throughout this land, and where you have Democrats is where you have the highest crime, the most people in jail who look like us, through the Democrats.
Funny you should say that. Malcolm said something similar to that.
So if he said it in 1962, nothing's changed. Here's what we're changing. We ain't blacks and African Americans doing this. We a nation doing this. Only a nation can speak to a nation, right? We a nation doing this. We ain't black and African. We ain't their property talking about our rights. We reverted back to our nation to discuss what's our right. And we decided for ourselves. Star Akshita.
No, I'm saying you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree. Everything you're saying, I stand right here with you.
Okay. All right, moving right along.
Okay. Not moving right along. You can't move right along from that.
How come I can't move right along?
You can.
No.
Because you're an elder. Because you're one of the elders. And as one of the elders, You should be measuring what's being said about our future compared to what you know we went through. We're dropping Black and African American. Let's hear you say how you feel about that. We're not burying Shabaka. We're burying Black people and African Americans tonight. And now on, we don't use the term Negroes, Black, colored, free. We're not what they gave us. We are who our ancestors made us. We are not who they say we are. We don't Black History Month, tear it up and throw it away because we got World History 365. We have to rethink how we're thinking about what we're thinking about in order to be us.
Well, the only thing I can say about that, yeah, to quote the words of Bruce Lee, in any given situation, take what is useful, leave what is useless. And Al-Shidi, you said I can't take it with me. Then write a check made to cash. It will take a while for me to cash. And he could even bounce.
He's gonna keep calling people Black. That's what he just said in his Bruce Lee metaphor. What he really just said is, I'm gonna keep calling people Black and African American. It is to their and your demise that you are doing that. You are harming people.
So I'm curious. I'm more curious now because see, every time Shabaka come on here, there's always interference and noise and things like that when the message is getting.
Because they got me shadow banned, sis.
Ain't nobody got you shadow banned. You could mute your mic. You know you want to eat a piece of candy. All this, drinking something. And we all know it's you because you the only one to do stuff like that.
Only one to do stuff like what?
Make noise and interrupt.
What do you mean make noise?
Doing just what you're doing right now. And so
what's that?
So I'm just curious. If you don't intend to change at all, what is your interest here? Like you come over here and you ask questions, but you have this rhetoric that you repeat over and over again. Everybody know what you're going to say before you say it. It's just sometimes you might say it out of order and we'd be surprised that you put it there rather than put it in where you usually put it. So you can try to switch it up a little bit. And then, you have this dance that you do with words. So
okay, Sister Ashita.
No, So when you do that, it's like you saying, I'm coming to be an interruption, a distraction, ask questions and get you all hyped up on information that I don't intend to take in or to use, because it's like talking to a brick wall.
No,
because you're not. Because it's been going on for years between me and you, and Mandela it brought us into communication. So we've had these conversations years ago, and you still having the same conversations. The only thing, you may add some new stuff based on the new information that you gather from news media of the people that you are so against. You follow their news more than you'll follow news that pertains to you, that's good for you, that will move you forward into what it is that you want. You don't even realize you blocking your own self. And so at some point, you can't keep coming on here to do this. It'd be fun. I like to see you and everything, but the thing that hit my mind tonight, when I came to the understanding that it ain't no way we could make anybody change their mindset, that I'm sorry, we gonna have to leave you behind. When it's time to move, it's gonna be time to move, and y'all ain't gonna be ready. You ain't gonna know what gear to have. You ain't gonna have none of the maps. You ain't gonna have none of the coordinations. You ain't gonna have none of the strategy plans. You ain't gonna have anything that is gonna take for us to make it as a unit. and you gonna get killed or you gonna get left behind.
Refugees.
Okay, we have to build our own infrastructure system.
Okay, building our own infrastructure, it meaning what? Because that's what we're doing now, nation building. We're building a
Okay,
nation.
we got to build our own educational system. We got to build our own
Okay, that
power
all
grid.
comes within the nation. And once the people come together, we'll have those things because we'll all have skills and abilities to produce these things on ground, on site, right then and there. Hey, just like y'all said, who does this? Who does that? Who does this? Okay. And as they raising their hand and come, I do this and I do that. Bring you and your family over here so we can get you registered and we can know that you're here and know who you are and get you set up in in the Empire of Nubia, so we can put you on the rolls, said that you belong here, so when the mass information goes out, you're already included type thing. A lot of people gonna wait until that is already up and running. It's like you sitting around waiting for it to pop off and happen, and then to say, I've been here all along, but you've been here with the mumbo jumbo black talk, and we done already told you we ain't about that. And this has been going on for years. It ain't just cause me and y'all, this was me and Mandela Khan at one time having this same exact conversation years ago. Mandela Khan
Now
been
let me
past
ask you
3 years now.
Okay, yeah, and Mr. Brother, and condolences
I
to you.
missed him too. I wish I could bring him back and get some advice for him, or just to get him to come on and roar at the people real quick and get the people up and ready to go.
Well, go through our
But I
archives,
got to
sister. We
bring
got
that
episodes.
fire because he put it in me to do that.
Okay,
So
sister. We
that's
got
what we
archives.
doing.
He's on there. He's on there. We got archives. He's on there. Feel free to search him. You know what I'm saying?
I would love to actually get into the archives of your shows from back then. I'm gonna need time to actually do that, and I
Okay,
would
tell you
need
what I'll
I would
do.
need
Okay, what I'll
access
do.
to it.
Let,
Before
let,
you
let,
pass away, I'm sorry, y'all. Before you pass away, Shabaka, I need access to your archives so I can
Okay.
get to that.
Okay. All righty.
please,
Okay.
please let Lady Shay in.
I know I'm not getting left behind because I'm asking the right questions right now. I take an opportunity to learn something right now, and so I take it this is like a Thursday evening class for me. You know what I mean? So I don't want to get left behind without not knowing um, what nation I'm gonna be on, where I'm gonna be, or what I'm gonna be about. I don't want the maps. I need the coordinates. I need that for my own leadership skill sets. So I don't fuck what everybody else is doing. I'm my own leader. But if there's a way for me to enhance if there's a way for me to enhance my leadership skill sets, then by all means let me sit down and really actively listen. And that's what, like, for me, that's what this is. That's what this was for me. That's what this is for me right now, currently. So anyways, taking it so seriously, it has been me this whole time. Actually, I'm asking questions, serious questions, because I have some internal confusions going on with myself. Not that what you're saying is strong. It's all right. It's all just a motherfucking title at this point in time, a title of negativities. However, I want to know, how do I maneuver all of this new information into moving forward to be assisted, to build, because that's the whole thing I want to do in with all this energy and fucking unprofound power and leadership and fucking whatever. I want to be able to put it into something to help guide and lead our people into the right nation. Because you're right, you're right. That's probably I mean, like, the more I sit there, we're talking, and I listen, and like little light bulbs are going on, like bing, bing, bing. That's why this don't work. That's why this don't work. Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? The whole time. And I'm sitting here just listening, raising my hand casually, taking it all in, try to keep a hold of my little mental questions for whenever I get asked
The
because they're so
creator is
important.
unstoppable.
What I asked right now about the living birth certificates and whatnot, it was going to lead into what Elia was going to talk about because I had a trust at one point in time when I was, I had nefarious money. I wanted to make sure, it was going to be set aside for my child. I was doing some, I just paid money, put it somewhere. But that was a long time ago. And I didn't really read the fine print. I didn't read the fine print. And I screwed myself. Right. So what he was talking about right now is like 15 years. If I would have known what I know right this moment 20 years ago, it would have been so much more helpful. I probably wouldn't have took that particular route. I probably would have went with another trust like option that would have been more behooving to me, and I probably wouldn't have lost what I built. You feel me? So these are things that were so important and vital that I feel like, yeah, regardless of title of black, African American, whatever, we're sitting on a plethora of untapped knowledge and fear of actually utilizing it correctly and I'm like, well, why feel fearful if this is the time to if this is the time to really be a nation like we've always been talking about, maybe the word is different with different people, then why would you be afraid and more not embrace it? So that's what I've been over here. That's what I'm taking out of this um this experience. That's what I'm taking from it. That's why I'm thoroughly engrossed, and I'm like educating. I'm educating myself thoroughly right now. Currently, it's not a game for me. It's very serious. You see what I'm saying? Especially with the fact that I have internal conflicts going on because of my ambiguousness. And I'm almost there. I almost solved it within two shows. Elias almost solved it for me without even solving it for me. I'm almost there. I feel like maybe three more, and I probably would have solved my own questions. You know what I mean? But that's how serious I'm taking it, and I hope everybody who's watching it is taking it as serious because when it comes to those certain things, we need to be more prepared. And I'm not. I refuse to get left behind. I'm no. I'm not enslaved. I can get out of my enslavement and change my programming. I know that's a fact. I can change my programming, and that's
Well,
what
Lady
what I mean.
K,
Those are the words I'm gonna
well,
articulate with things.
okay, that's why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You see, because you got a whole lot of mental death, that's out here, particularly, with this hokey election that's getting ready to come up and what have you. You see, and as I
That's
said
part of
before,
the mental death right there. That's part of the
It
mental
sounds
death.
like a whole spell.
the
Like
That's
word
why
resurrection of the
we're not
mental
going to
dead.
take away from us to talk about them. We have to remain on us. What they are doing is their business. It has nothing to do with us. The Constitution wasn't written for us. Why am I talking about anything with the United States Constitution then? It don't make sense. I'm not going to talk about nothing. They don't want me to play on that team. I don't want to play on that team. I don't want to sit at that cafe and eat at their daggone cafe. They can have all their coffee and tea to themselves. My mama make better biscuits anyways. And don't they copy the Southern cooking fried chicken from my auntie? Why am I trying to run in their restaurant, eat their half cooked, no good food? What are
Right.
we arguing and fighting for when we have our own? But we keep looking at others. We have to stop. Those days are over.
we want it free from each other.
And we can't have it free from each other. And right now,
No, not
for,
at
for
all.
what Sci Star Shay is saying, I put
Yeah.
an email in the comments I'm not, if you put your email in here, I'm not going to email you back. You have to email that email, partandparcel9@gmail.com. And then you will be invited to our Zooms and other meetings that we're having, and different documents that are drawn up. You'll be allowed to review them. And pending upon how you decide to work with us, you will then be allowed to edit some, because it is all
Who you
going
talking
on.
to, Elia? Who you talking to?
I'm talking to everybody on the panel and the people listening who understand that we are building a government and a nation. If you want your part of what we're doing, you can go into parcel 9. We will ask. So here goes the main thing. When you email me, tell me what your interests are. Tell me what your skills are. Tell me what your value is. Tell me what you want to do. Tell me what you want to see. That will help mold where we're going to all fit in. So now with Lady Shay saying that she wants to come on, watch how simple this is. Lady Shay, can you please tell me, where do you feel your best value would be right now to the entire movement of us running a government?
I feel like I could be on anything tech wise, as far as like drafting up documents, anything on the computer. I could be a spokesperson, as long as I'm educated in what I'm supposed to be said correctly. A guide to the sources, and radio presence, conciliary to the radio, whatever. Currently, I signal boost for the new black media with my show and whatever else we're doing, you know. And I draw up policy, because Jesse's running for Jesse's campaigns and whatnot. So I feel like I can contribute to that currently while I'm sick. And I have a lot of lived experience. So I have a lot of lived experience, meaning I can teach anybody how to survive outside, whether it's cooking, making lean-tos, cleaning water, building things. Like, I can direct you, I can tell you how to do it. Kurt, that's what I can do.
Okay, so now this is how we build. So you have several hats in which you can wear. Now, just thinking about the government itself, I would say, oh, this side star could be like the secretary, because she speaks. And so depending how far she want to go, she'd be the Secretary of State. So I would say to you, now go to the United States government Secretary of State and read what the Secretary of State does. All Secretary of States basically do the same thing. So once you read it, now you know what your job duties are to us as the Secretary of State for us. Now you have all the other talents when you like people surviving food and stuff like that. You would make that like a committee, because that's going to be something that would be traded around and stuff, right? And so now every day, no one should have to tell you to get up to do those things and to write policies for those things and to make those things happen. Nobody should, because this is what you do. So then, therefore, you would just get up and do it, and you already have the authority. We as a I don't want to say a group, we as a collective have given you the authority to act in that capacity. So then, therefore, you would go forth and act in that capacity, and everything you would do from this day forward would be in act, not stopping what you're already doing to survive, but doing what we need done as a nation to enhance everything and put us in the correct position of what we need to be in. Somebody has to do something from somewhere at every part. So that Secretary of State, you would committee the water drinking and stuff like that. And then any other thing that you want to come up with and build, then we're around to help build. But we have to take it like once that's it. That's what we're doing. And we have to do those particular positions. Now, once you go through and you start studying the government and you decide, well, later on, maybe I want to change my position here, you must come back to the table and tell us you're changing your position so that we can either find, work to find somebody else or have somebody else or just be able to cover what you're not covering anymore from that position that you were playing, because we're a growing government. And so then therefore we're going to be flexible. Don't take on something you can't take on. Don't tell us you're going to do something if you're not going to do it. Be about your word. That's all. We're not trying to browbeat in. If we look at what do we need? Yes, we need to edify our children. So security. So if people are signing on, then you need to look up certain things and then you need to find out. And so taking down this email, no grant writing. If you're saying that's what you did before, we will not be writing grants. We write business plans, and grants are small business plans. That's all we write is business plans. We are merchants.
Right.
We don't do anything that puts us under their spell and has us doing anything under their contracts. We need somebody who will handle copyrights and patents. Just like their copyright and patent office, we need a copyright and patent office of our own. And then we tell the United States, we got our own copyright and patent office, and we make our own numbers. Your office is the place where you will generate everything it is that you will need in order for us to run effectively. So nobody has to go crazy with costs. The only thing we got to do is start thinking about how to get at this money. And with all of us sitting around here right now, and the way that we're sitting around here talking, there's more than enough of us. But in order to do it in law, we cannot run around with the words Black, African American. I apologize for bringing it back there, but I have to be clear, and everybody has to understand that when we use these terms, we are giving it away. We're giving it back to them because they own those terms. We have to go by our nations. And your grannies told you what your nations was. So just go by that. We need somebody to run our own copyright office, our own patent and copyright office. We need somebody who will take that on for us. And no lawful knowledge. Lawful. Legalese is what they use. We're using lawful. Everything about us will be lawful. It is lawful now, and when it comes forth, it will be lawful. This is how we got to operate. We can't depend on anybody else to do it for us. When we talk about their news, it's because we have a solution for their problems. And trust me, we got solutions. So just strictly more or what nation? The absolute reason that we are, I'm going to say this again, I was born a Moor by my last El Ya. I did not make that up. I did not become a Moor and then got El Ya. It's from my mother's womb that I have the El Ya. So I am a Moor. When it comes to where did I get this knowledge from and start studying the law, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the only one who told us to stop calling ourselves Black and African American. It makes us unlawful. Study law. When they took us to school and taught us to read, how come they didn't teach us to read law to learn how to read? Because then you would have saw yourselves in the law. So in reading the law, I find everything that I learned from Prophet Noble Drew Ali to be correct, because it, once again, The religious parts of it is not what I went in there for. I didn't go in there to save my soul. I went in there and I heard nation. And then when I realized the dirty Moorish games that were going on in some of those temples, not all of them, some of them, but too many of them, that the sheiks can't unite, then I will take this message to the people. And I will take what the prophet gave us to the people that I know is lawful to save us. And he didn't just give us what he gave us. He said the old-timey religion of Islamism. The old-timey religion turns out to be the study of alchemy and the sciences, the study of Kemet, the study of Egypt, the study of Ma'at and Ra, and all the other studies that are open to us to study. So the Moors are the only one who have a treaty with the United States. The only ones that is recognized today. This is the reason why it's falling under Moor. But when you ask me about nation, I'm gonna ask you again. What did your grandmother tell you your nation was? That's your nation.
I wasn't privileged. I wasn't privileged. I didn't have my mother left when I was little, and the man who raised me, they were on different shit. They didn't see their
So brother Jesse though, brother Jesse's Blackfoot though, right?
Jesse
Okay,
got
wait, just like our families did, brother Jesse adopts you into the Blackfoot Nation, and we don't have any more talk about who you are. You Blackfoot Nation, that's who you are. So y'all develop. Y'all rocking customs from the Blackfoot Nation. It's fine with us.
All right then.
Just like that.
Roger that. Because the Sioux Nation said I wasn't.
And see, we're not going to argue with them, because if we study them, we might find out that they're like the Seminoles or the Maroons, and their names mean runaway and escapee and stuff like that. So we're not going to argue with the Seminoles about that, or the Sioux or anybody else about their name.
Now, here's what I know. Here's what I know.
All I know is my brother was like, you look Seminole.
Okay, the first time I crossed Montana, okay, I had stopped at a rest area. I think didn't I ever tell you this here before, Akshita, when I traveled through Montana, and I stopped at a rest stop, and I says I want to go find what a little bighorn is so I could piss on Custer's grave. So the Native American woman told me, okay, which way are you heading on Highway 90? I said, I'm heading eastbound. She said, you're going to pass. Okay, so a couple of years later, I went through there. I think I did a live feed from there, and I read the history of it. And Tatanka, or Sitting Bull, okay, I had a lot of respect for him as I read his story. Why? Because he protected himself from invaders. Okay, because as you know, 1876. Okay, was a presidential election year. And Lieutenant Colonel George W. Custer wanted to be president because the information they had up on him, he was a light colonel. Okay, so the dude got promoted 2 ranks after he got smashed. He brought it on himself, peaceful people, you know what I'm saying? Then Chief Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull got together. They went there and smoked a peace pipe, and they said, we got a problem. We got invaders coming, but we got to sell out amongst them. This was the chief of the Arapaho. And they pretty much went to the chief of the Arapaho, and they said, look, fool, we know what you've been up to. We're smashing him when he gets here, and you either with this thing or you're not. Was the crux of what she was telling. And then she asked me some other questions that I'm not going to go off into. Now, Chief Osceola of the Seminole, he got approached by the Union Army who are looking for runaway slaves. And Chief Osceola said, yeah, I got some here. And old Mighty Whitey, well, we're here to take them and all that. And Chief Osceola said, look, Trick, you got about 10 minutes to get your ass up out of here, man, and we're going to start throwing you to the gators for food. And the way how you get up out of here is strictly up to you.
Where the story come from?
Where's who?
Your story. Where you get that from? Is that government information?
No, the indigenous people. No, this one here I got, okay, about Osceola, I got that there from Lerone Bennett.
Who is that, and what qualifies him to give historical data in such a way?
Okay, well, number one, he was the main contributing editor to Ebony Magazine, which is over there in Chicago.
Ebony Magazine, who produced it?
Johnson Publication. They also brought you the Jet, too. I know El remembers the Jet. You remember the Jet, El where they used to have the centerfolds? And that was the first thing that everybody was looking at, every man was looking at was the centerfold.
Jet in Ebony. I was alive during that time. I remember the swimsuit collection.
Okay, but that's just it, though, Akshita. When you was a tiny tot, you know, they was on their way out because, see, what had happened was that Eunice Johnson and John H. Johnson, they had transitioned, right? So they left it to the daughter, their only heir, Linda Johnson Rice. And guess what she does? Turns around and sells it to Time Magazine. That hurt my soul. It really did.
Her life was probably on the line if she didn't.
Well, after all, that is Chicago, man. They got certain traditions there. You know what I mean? It was the home of Al Capone for many years. You know?
But doesn't that change the complex of the situation? Because now I'm going to say it's a black magazine written for black people. So when the original owners died, it's time for the new owners now to take over. And guess what? The new owners ain't you. When has it ever been you? Michael J is gone. Look at his son. Look at Michael J's son. They trying to tell you you ain't listening. Just because you make it, don't make it. If you don't put it the right way,
in the first place, you talking about Michael J as Michael Jackson, that ain't his son. That's that Hollywood bullshit.
But wait, you saying it ain't his son. Everybody else saying it is. And right now, according to the world, I
want to sit up there and tell me it's no. Okay,
hey, listen, bro.
Kids of Michael Jackson, brother, you can literally see these are not his biological children.
I didn't say they was. All I said was, according to the story that everybody know, I'm trying to show you how it works. It don't make a difference.
I'm not debating blanket. I'm not debating blanket.
It don't make a difference. It don't make a difference if that's his son. Look at what happened with the Michael Jackson legacy. Look at where it is now. And it's because he was black. It's because he was black. They're able to take it because he's black. He's African American. He's a Negro. So they took it because they could, because it was theirs in the first place. They made him.
Yep.
And he made the music, and now they own what's theirs.
Okay, can I shed you some light on something?
Like you said, they created the term. So whoever uses the term that was created by them is the property of those who created the term, because it's their creation. So it's their program. And so they know their program. When they see it, they recognize it, because you have to say certain things. You have to use, certain key words to establish the fact that you are one of us, or you are one of ours. And so they're going to treat you accordingly to what those terms include. And those terms include being civilitiae mortuus, dead in the eyes of the law. And if we continue to neglect the fact that to be in law is the most sacred ground we could stand on this land in common law, that means we're understanding that who we are. We're understanding that we're above what's going on, and that, I don't speak all like that. I speak from a different point of view and perspective. Yah does a better job at explaining, and I'm not gonna try to say it, but I can go there. That's not my verbiage. You understand what I'm saying? But I do understand that using the terms black, when I learned about being Asiatic or more, and understanding that calling myself black, because I never agreed with black. I remember when they started changing titles, and I didn't understand it. I heard it on TV. I didn't hear it at home. I heard it at school. I didn't hear it at home. I don't remember watching TV and things like that. It was things that people were talking about out in the streets, in the public. Like, everything that was, going on, people would come and, bring those things into the institution of school, of education. And then not only that, they had a whole little poll for us. When I was in the second grade, I was 7 years old, to vote for Jesse Jackson. And they actually
Jesse
did a tally.
Jackson. Oh, sister, please. I
They
can tell you a
actually,
story about
look. Well, I can't change the hands of time. All I know is during that time, that's what was going on. And it was during that time that black became popular. And it was during that time that Jesse Jackson was used for that agenda. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton were used for that. And those two brothers were still also aware of what was going on with not with Malcolm, but with Martin Luther King. And they didn't warn him. They didn't tell him what was going on. They sat there and watched it happen and allowed it to take place. And then they said, well, this is our opportunity to take a front row a front stage to what we want, and we can change. And they said, hey, I know you up next to be in the leader of the black people. So we're going to let you run for president, but you got to tell them that they black. And he agreed.
See,
he signed a deal. He signed a deal behind closed doors. That's why he's sick in the way he is right now. You don't hear nothing from a Jesse Jackson. And look at Al Sharpton. He done fell off too.
Bobblehead. You should have seen that.
But see how he looked. You see how he looked like a fool now. How they watch. He's all washed up, used up. They don't need him anymore because he's no good to anyone anymore as far as what their mission was for him. His mission has been completed. He done did all the damage that he can do to the people. Yet the people are still following behind the words that they have spoken out of their mouth, which was poison.
You're right.
And that poison is still affecting the minds of the people today, just like you. Because even though you'll sit here and say that you get it and you understand and you agree, you'll still use the same terminology that got them in the position that they got the people in.
All right. I'm pulling back a memory. 1972. Watch that. It was a concert given in the LA Coliseum by Stax Records. Isaac Hayes of Dramatics and what have you. Jesse Jackson stand up there with RBG, talking about saying I am somebody. Then Jesse Jackson gets up here and starts embracing this rainbow coalition of where you got the current rainbow flag from. Now, Al Sharpton gets up here talking his business, but at the same token, you see Al Sharpton with a rainbow flag with a banana in his mouth. Now you tell me. Okay, Sister Akshita, you get no argument from me. They probably were on puppet strings. That's a safe bet. But the thing that got Michael Jackson knocked off is that Michael Jackson had bought a piece of Sony. He got the Beatles songbook. And then Eminem used to come out there and crumb bum on Michael Jackson. But each time Eminem went and made a performance, MJ got paid.
Well, look,
that's why they took Michael Jackson out.
Look, that's all fine and good, and we can speculate on so many things. But Michael Jackson, rest his soul. I love his music.
Everybody did.
Yes, and although I love his music, the way that he was used in the music business, he was trying to break free from it. And he was using his gift. He was using his gift and the popularity that he had gained because his parents sold them off as children. And they belonged to the system. And when he recognized that, he bucked the system. And he became public enemy number one because he had too much information about the inside, and he was leaking information in such ways that it could not be denied. And when he began to get bolder about those things, they began the agendas against him, putting people in. They knew his weaknesses and they used them to frame him and make him look like a bad person, and paid families to set their children up into environments which they would call unsafe, and then to press charges to make him look like a terrible person, like a child molester, so they can ruin his reputation.
Speak, sister.
So it wasn't that he was, because he was black or because he was trying to do something. It all had everything to do with he had too much information about everything. He knew how to maneuver and move through, navigate through the system because he had been groomed into the system, and so many people had got up in his ear while they was doing whatever they was doing to him, with him, and for him as a child. Even if it was women too. Because, and I don't know nothing about Diana Ross, and I don't know nothing about Michael Jackson and they intertwinings or intermingling
Diana
or whatever. But her son looked just like him.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
I gotta. We're gonna have to leave.
The first song called "I Want You Back." That was their very, very first record. Okay, now I gotta pull up a memory. That was 1969, and then in 1970 they made a record called "The Love You Save," and that there was the one, and ABC, and that was the one that made them the phenomenon that they were.
But they was pushing the relationship between an adult woman and a child, a young boy. And
wait a minute. He was 10, and she used to present them, and they used to come on variety shows, and Diana Ross would always sing with them. And then Diana Ross had did a concert, and then she introduced Michael Jackson, and she did refer to him as his baby. And draw your conclusion from that. Okay, but he was phenomenal. Everybody does Michael Jackson.
Everybody loved Michael Jackson because Michael Jackson made great music, and because he came from his heart. But this show is not about Michael Jackson, because although Michael Jackson did some great music and things like that, he was so tied up into the system, he wouldn't have been able to help nobody get free no way, not even with all the money that he had, because just like they killed him, that's exactly what was going to happen to him sooner or later. So he could only embed the message within the music, which he did a fine job in doing. And he was able to buck the system, and it was almost like he sacrificed his life to speak the truth and to allow the truth to be known from his perspective.
And the same thing with Prince.
And the same thing with Prince, the same thing with Whitney Houston, the same thing with a whole bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not anything new. Kaliko.
Okay. And then, Sister Cheetah, if you ever come to Los Angeles, remind me to take you on my morbid tours of LA. I could take you to where the OJ case happened at. I could take you to where Whitney Houston got died at.
I don't want to see none of that. I don't want to see.
I could take you to where Rodney King got the royal treatment in Lakeview Terrace. I could take you over there to Florence and Normandy where the truck driver got his business done.
You say you gotta go, Lady Che?
We're gonna have to go anyway because Shabaka has a show in the morning. Yeah, Shabaka and them have a show tomorrow.
And it is getting close to my bed.
Right.
But however,
I'm gonna hit you guys up as soon as I get home. I'm gonna message you, Sister Sheila and Elia. I'll message you as soon as I get home. But I'm gonna have to go because I'm sitting like on my bad hip.
Oh,
well, and I'm using just the computer, just in and out.
Yeah, I went to the doctor today too.
I didn't bring any medicine with me. I just shot over it. But I'll message you guys. Sister Sheila and brother, yeah. I'll message y'all tomorrow or later on today. Yes.
All right.
Bye, Shabaka. See you guys tomorrow for the Grand Rising with Shabaka and Chase.
Okay.
And thank you for having me. I learned a lot. So I'll message you back. I'll message you as soon as I get to stable internet.
Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna bid you a good night, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very much for being here, Shabaka.
Yeah, and you 3 hours ahead of us, man. So if y'all could get the show going tomorrow after I go sit at a lunch counter, beg for a cup of coffee to wake up and take my old hop along crippled ass, you know what I'm saying, to the computer and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I'm quite sure we'll have another dynamic episode. And also, too, is that we are in pre-hiatus. This will be our last month is because we're going to be revamping the platform. So we're tearing it down to rebuild it, to bring it back bigger and better. And would appreciate, guest hosts and what have you, because what's happening is age is catching up with these folks. I can't do it no more.
So, Shabaka, you got pencil and paper with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, so I would like to make a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
One, if people are going to call themselves Black and African American, I suggest that people start contacting the United States Census, and the question that's being asked to the United States Census is. Of all the definition of races, how come Black people and Blacks and African Americans in their definition, it doesn't say original people of the earth? And all the rest of them do.
Why does it not say, African American or Black, sir?
Does not say original people.
Original people. Okay.
All the other definitions do.
Okay. All other definitions do. Okay, and I'm gonna put this here as per LI.
Wait, no, here's another one. Here's another part.
Yes, sir.
I would suggest, and I'm being a consultant from my seat of Caesar. I'm being a consultant from our nation. And I would suggest that the same said Black and African Americans start a new political party called a theocratic party based on God.
Okay. Okay,
And these
TOTA.
are two suggestions that I am making. But if you don't get the first one answered, the second one's gonna be kind of hard to pull off anyways. You need the first one answered. If y'all can't get an answer to that, why is that the only one that doesn't say original people when the rest of the definitions do? If you can't get an answer to that, then that's why I'm telling you, y'all need to stop using those terms.
Okay, all righty. And okay, oh yeah, I'll take your advice right here. And I'll mark the box right here for the answer. And this is contact the U.S. Census Bureau. Okay.
I don't understand why people have such a hard time with this.
Well, Sister
really
Akshay,
don't.
I'm going to tell you something. Okay. It's because, like I say, you know, when you was a little bitty boy.
Cognitive dissonance, not when I was a little bitty girl, nothing. Because it don't matter what year I was born.
All right.
I am spiritually mature because of choices that I have made to become the best version of myself. And that's not taking the easy road, and that's not taking the road that was placed in front of me, telling me that I was supposed to be in this box and I had to stay in that box. And this box brought on so much trauma.
Okay.
When I stepped out of that box, I felt like I was free. And when I felt free is when everybody that put me in that box attacked me.
Okay.
Now, why would they attack me and not protect me? I'm blood. I'm family.
Okay.
But because I didn't agree with the box.
Okay.
And I stepped outside that box, then I became public enemy number one.
Okay, well, I'm probably public enemy number 1A, number 2, and number 3.
Well, you make it that way, Shabaka.
Okay.
Because everything is a problem. Everything is a fight. Everything is of something negative. I very rarely hear you speak anything positive. You'll come into a positive. You will come into a positive conversation and shit all over it, and then smile, and then smile about it at the end because you felt good about that because now your stomach feel better. You done released all your bowels.
Oh, sis. Now, what did I do to deserve that?
You didn't look. I didn't say anything but the truth from my perspective, from my observation. I've only spoken the truth. I ain't say anything. I ain't lie. I ain't make anything up. Cause you can look at anybody with eyes and ears can go on and go back through the archives to see and hear what I'm saying to be true, and even you can do the same thing. We can be having a conversation just as calm, and you'll come in and talk about ketchup in somebody's ass that ain't got nothing to do with the conversation.
He never answers a direct question.
Never.
Without going back to
I don't know any Godfather. They said they do this. They said they do that. I said, yeah, sure. But it's all
a question with a question, and then he'll come behind some awesome information. And I mean, it'll be going good. We be all in one accord. And I'm talking about we be vibing. And the next minute, you will come and change the whole environment, the whole atmosphere with the change of subject out of Shabaka's mind. And so it won't even have nothing to do with the conversation. You would just say it just to say it. It's like your mind won't even allow you to let something good, let well enough be good. You don't well enough be good ain't good for you. You got to go and shit on it every single time. And I don't even know that you do it. I think that you really believe in what you're saying, and you really hold it near and dear to you, like, and you so stuck and focused on dying that you gonna take this shit to the grave with you. You don't give a damn who you take with you, but everybody that's in the earshot coming with you.
Well, only thing I can say, you brought up a memory, Sister Akshita, and I respect what you just said. Okay, the thing is, is that in the 60s, okay, when the Panthers did their thing, we as a people were very, 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 very proud of that, okay? And Dr. Newton, although he had a lot of issues, because today is his transition day, may he rest in power, you know what I'm saying? It was the imagery of the strong black men that they had up there. Because on the TV, in the news, they always were showing the Jigaboo movies, Amos and Andy, Rochester, that kind of crap. But what was a detriment, as Dr. Francis Cress Welsing had pointed out, is when they came like with these movies like Superfly, The Mac, and stuff like that. So they glorifying all this hood shit, right? Okay. But at that time, there was a black actress by the name of Cicely Tyson, may she rest in power, who was married to Miles Davis. And the work that she did, you know, was positive. And if you ever want to see something positive about black films, check out a film called Sounder. All right, so I'm going to bid you all a good night here from Sin City. Please get with us in the morning. All right, folks, I'm out.
Peace and love. Thank you for being here, Shabaka.
Okay, oh yeah, I'll see you on the air tomorrow. Okay,
I'll do
y'all
my
be
best.
safe. Yes,
Peace
sir.
and love.
Yes, sir. Always.
Well, this was a very good evening. Brother Cosmon came on. Oh, happy holy day, happy holy day, happy holy day. See, we get to have our own holidays and we don't have to ask the federal government, can we have them? Y'all don't like that? That ain't smooth. We Sunday is Father's Day, Monday is Mother's Day. What? We get to have our own and we don't have to ask anybody for it. Come on now. That's what we talking about. Being able to call our own shots, do it for ourselves, call it out for ourselves, say it for ourselves, do it for whatever they say. I don't even care what they say. What they do, I don't care what they do. I don't. And I follow, I hear it, but I have a bottom line with everything. And as far as I'm concerned, the Republicans are the better party to have in the United States government because we, as our own nation on this land, want to do trade correctly. And I don't trust the Democrat system of big government being the one to do things. Because big government has the privatized jails. And with privatized jails, you get police making arrests for a quota. They got to get so many. So then they say, well, then we'll let the judge work it out. But if the person slips up or thinks, the wrong way, just, now they in jail and they probably shouldn't be there, especially even for the charges that they. And so this is the system we're operating under in today. That this is the system. The only people who can change that type of system is the people going through the system. And you a United States citizen, you read the Constitution, somewhere in there it says you have a right to Declaration of Independence, one of them, you have a right to change this, right? Overthrow it. Well, we're not overthrowing, we're just building our own. See, there's other documents that besides the 42 laws of Ma'at, Zodiac Constitution, Divine Constitution and bylaws, the American Indigenous Rights, the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights. We have all these rights that we're not exercising. We don't know anything about. Because we're too busy being black and fighting in other people's business. We're too busy being black in other people's business, fighting their wars for them. against ourselves. That's the real position. I yield the floor. How you feeling, Star? You want to play a song and get out?
Kind of, yeah, because I'm really tired. Like my body is starting to feel.
We didn't hear Lazarus.
We didn't hear anything from Lazarus, so you want to play one of his songs? That'd be nice. Okay, so let's see. I got 2 up here in the queue for Lazarus Lamel. Take Me Away or the Sonetta Battle rap. You sent Sonetta Battle rap first.
Take Me Away.
Okay.
Shout out to the team. What up? Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from the problems, the stress in the bill. Take me away from these chains in my brain, man. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from these problems, the stress in the bill. Take me away from these chains in my brain, man. Yo, take me away. Escaping nightmares in my shattered dreams. I've been through tragedies, now I switch my strategies. My mentality sharp like a knife when rolling dice. They got me cold as ice when hunting devils down like the poker guys. You know the price is steady going up. I don't roll with luck, I just hit them hard like the lightning struck. What's inside my cup? I think I'm drinking pain. Got me driving with no hands like I'm getting brain. I'm dipping lanes, I'm in the traffic. You niggas thinking backwards. Mom smoking backwards. And I think with tactic. Then it took some practice. Never down and out, but now I'm bouncing back like mattress. With sharpened daggers. Hard my squad got love for the soldiers. Laid the boots in the world that is colder. Had the look on my shoulder. I live like a loner because of these cobras. Like the perpetrate. Cause they know I made a killing like the murder rate. Seen a lot of stuff popping in the ghetto, don't regurgitate. Like the homies posting in the corner that deserve a plate. I was trained for combat like the army when I motivate. Rapping, trapping, work in the ghetto where there's no escape. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from the problems, the stress in the bit. Take me away from these chains in my brain, man. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from these problems, the stress in the bill. Take me away from these chains in my brain, man. Take me away. It's no escape. I don't overrate. Cause they shooting from the corner like they Golden State. Hope you know your plate. I was on the chase, chefing shit like the Iron Man in the purple tape. I was trained for combat like the army when I roll on race. Stacking money, making paper, throw it all up in the safe. 24/7 pumping bass like an 808. If you down for working, then we perfect, man, we can relate. I'm getting money, making profits like I wrote the Bible. It ain't nobody's, that's my logic, you can be my rival. I was dreaming while they scheming all up in the ghetto. It's like I'm playing rock and roll, I got heavy metal. Speaking truth, that be weighing heavy on the mental. Reading books, I'm a crook, living in the ghetto. Holding on this 38, got me feeling special. I get this cheddar, make it better than we ever been. No prescription, smoking weed, that's my medicine. I go to war with these devils, I'm a veteran. People start to hating when they smell you getting baked. Got me feeling like Houdini, but it's really no escape. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from the problems, the stress in the field. Take me away from this pain in my brain, man. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take me away from the slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from the problems, the stress in the field. Take me away from this pain in my brain, man. Take me away from this pain that I feel. Take slums, the ghettos that kill. Take me away from the problems, the stress in the bill. Take me away from these chains in my brain, man. Take me away.
We popping. We popping. That's what I'm talking about. We living large up in here, man. We done did it. Congratulations.
What's the noise? Okay.
You try muting. See what happens if you mute. It went right away. I don't know what that is.
Well, the video kept playing.
Oh. So congratulations, show 19. And we got the playlist in, and now we have a full playlist. Congratulations. And honors to those whose videos we played and who tuned in with us this evening. We thank you into this morning. Happy holy day, in and out of flesh. And yeah, it's been wonderful. I love these moments. I love these Thursday nights. I love the people popping in. Lady Shay came on. Brother Paris, Shabaka, Brother Cosmon. Check out Owaspe. Check out the Messiah Code. And when we shouting out people, there's a young lady named Layla Wills. She's been fighting people, the hip hop industry in Africa, Bambaataa, and pedophilia and all that, right? So Layla Wills. And there's a lot of unsung heroes out there who go unnamed at different times. And I feel bad because we just named a few. Dame Dash. Yeah, there's a few people who deserve. Dane Calloway, who deserve shout outs for the work that they do. And so I try to give honors to all those who's putting it in and putting it in the right way. Okay, and besides the Moorish brothers and side stars, the Sun Stars and side stars, I've been saying brother all night. Something wrong with me. The Sun Stars and side stars who are putting in the work and are righteous in heart and doing what they're supposed to be doing. So Islamism and peace to everyone. Thank you for your time. Sai Star Akshita is appreciative. It's been wonderful. Thank you for the work you put in. Because she does most of the work that goes into this, and she puts it together, and then we all get to enjoy it. And so it's just appreciative to be able to come in. And I have to say this to everyone, just to show y'all that we aren't nothing like anybody else. From what you know from religions, women aren't allowed to speak and say what they want and just speak their mind, are they? But see, I'm not the Pope. I'm not scared of a woman speaking and then I got to shut up. And so as we go through these conversations, you see there's times I'm just quiet. I ain't got nothing. Why would I say anything after, after the side star handled it so eloquently? With that, I yield the floor. I love us.
Yeah, episode 19. I said the creator is existing between the 1 and the 9, and I learned that through the Messiah Code. the number 19. He has a Lazarus Lamel, the Messiah Code. He has a whole lesson around the number 19. He breaks numbers down and things like that, but the number 19 I learned to be the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, because everything begins with 1. 0 is the space that no one can fill. It's the creator. And from that 0 came the 1. And through the number 9 are whole numbers. 1 through 9 are the whole numbers. And then they begin to take that 0 and they don't put it in front of the number, they put it behind the number. So anything after number 9 is an artificial number that just counts for the purposes of keeping data and things like that, okay, stats and numbers to confuse things. Okay, so I learned most of that with the number 19, so that's why I gave it that. And I thought it was significant playing the video with Lazarus Lamel just now. And that was a bad song. That was really good. Now, before I go on with that, I do want to stop for a minute and go back, because we never did pay the proper respect to Wake Up by Tahaka Bay. That song was bad. That song, he said a lot in that song. And so and he wasn't even on the straight up Moorish is better than anything else and you need to change, and you stupid if you don't. He wasn't saying nothing like that. This was a wake up call to anybody who's got a mama. Anybody who got a mama. Now, I do realize that a lot of people in this world were damaged by women. Mothers have done a lot of damage, but then if we really look at the damage that was done to them and why they did this. So if I could share for a moment something outside but connected. I watched this movie the other day. Something made me watch this movie. And this little girl, her mother was getting out of the relationship with her father, and she set him up, whatever, called the police. The police came, put him in prison. She ended up moving with her mom to live with her grandmother and uncle. Well, her mother was teaching her the wrong way, and she was sad about what was going on. She's like 7 years old, and her mother's giving her vodka and teaching her at this time, if you ever get down or whatever, just drink some of this and you'll feel better. So then now she has this in her mind. So her mother is killed by the woman of the man she's sleeping with. And now the daughter is left with the grandmother and the grandmother's brother, her uncle. The uncle and the grandmother begin to rape the girl and make her do things to both of them, the grandmother and the uncle, up until she started, rebelling and got older and began going around the neighborhood, and everybody pretty much knew her as that. And so anyway, it goes along. She has 2 children, 2 babies, twins. One egg is fertilized by 2 different men, and twins are born that are their fraternal twins. And so she tells these twins, they're both girls, that they're boys, and they think they're boys. And one has her menstrual cycle in class, and she has no idea what this is because the mother never taught her about a menstrual cycle, because the mother had been telling her that she was a boy. Now, one was turned to the streets when she said, "You ain't finna be up in here and not making no money." So she walked out and came back in. She was prostituting, got hooked up and set up with people who knew her mother from back in the day that had a hit out on her mom. So it was a whole bunch of different things. And the other one was pretty much hardcore and went into that uh lifestyle of, you know, being mad, like dressing like a boy and changing her whole identity to be what she believed that she was, because that school called them both in the office and was like, your mother's been teaching you, they're telling you that you're a boy, but in fact your anatomy is, you're a girl, you're not a boy, you don't have what a boy has. And so the mother tells them that they stupid for even believing it this long, and they crazy for, you know what I'm saying, for believing it, whatever. So the one who chose to be a boy still put her mother down in the basement and was beating her, stabbing her, and doing all these different things, torturing her for almost a month, doing this. And until she got out, they found out who their fathers were, and all this. So it was just really strange storyline, but it was really good, because you could see how where some people may come from. Those stories that seem so unbelievable and crazy, there's people in this world who have experienced trauma and pain to higher degrees than what our minds can fathom, because we don't know anything like that. We've never seen it, we've never witnessed it, you know what I'm saying? We don't know what that is, what it is, and what it's like to come from that. So if people can come from that and still have the mind and the sense to want to be better, they can still understand if they choose to understand. But people sit in these situations and they close their mind off to change, and they're no longer interested in knowing anything different or doing anything different. They have become comfortably uncomfortable. And people like to talk about cognitive dissonance while they're in the midst of it themselves. In the moment of mentioning cognitive dissonance, you just said some cognitive dissonant shit. Like, you don't even realize that you did it. And then when you called out on it, you want to argue your point like you gonna still make some sense, and you don't. Like, so, I get frustrated with these type of conversations. I can only take so much of it. Because like I told you, it's years. I remember the first time I heard Shabaka's voice. I was like, whose voice is that? You know what I'm saying? Because it was so strong and mighty, and how he came through. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, whose voice is that? And I remember where I was. I was in the house on 14th Street. This was in 2018. The very first time. Let's see, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 6 years. 6 years. I've been listening to him. And I'm talking about, I used to be on his platform all the time. And just and not even in agreement with anything he's talking about, always against what he's talking about. He first was arguing about the matriarch and why that wasn't, women ain't gonna be in charge of men, and those type of conversations were coming out about the matriarch. So he understands and he respects the matriarch after these years. So maybe one day he'll accept not saying black. It might take him a little while. He might be on his dying bed as he so keep calling for to come and take him away out of here. And that just upsets me too. Because you would rather just lay down and die than to do something different. or to say something different, or to admit that you understand something different, like something different makes sense to you. What is holding you? And so when I see, and this is just in general, this is not just Shabaka, this is in general, and this, if it hit you, then it hit you, because it maybe you needed to be hit with something real, something, you know what I'm saying, just real. But when I see when people act like that, they have secrets that they don't want nobody to know, and those secrets, they'll take them to their grave. And so in order to not break on it, they rather die than to admit it, acknowledge it, and accept it.
Masons, fraternities, sororities, all these brotherhoods and sisterhoods, associations, these are the people who would rather die because they've already agreed to something. I
They
even
already
heard,
sold their soul.
yeah, I even heard somebody say something like "black till I die" or something like that. So you've made up your mind, and there is no turning you around. But for me, all I'm saying is be honest about it, and no, you cannot keep calling us black while you're on here, because silence is acquiescence. What do you think? If you say it enough time, if you say it enough times, I'm just gonna be like, oh well. That's not gonna happen. That's not, because if we study history properly, and in its segments, when we study how, like the Gestapo, well, if we study how Hollywood during the Japan War made people like accuse them of being traitors and stuff because of associations with communism and things of that nature and things like that, and the different groups, and you're a friend of, and you said this and y'all said that and we heard this, and so you find yourself, so if you're sitting there silent and people black, African American, black, yeah, because we got a black African, and I'm silent, then I acquiesce, and trust me, those things will be used against you. So I'm not the one to fall for the banana and tailpipe.
So it has been a very interesting show. Thank you to Daryl Cosmon for coming on. So shout out to Haka Bay, and for the music as well on both parts. Also Lazarus Lamel and Cousin Moshe. I'm calling him Cousin Moshe. I'm like, that's Cousin Moshe. I'm looking for him on Facebook, Cousin Moshe. You know what I'm saying? I can't find Cousin Moshe. I got to, learn all the letters and stuff. And so I know how to find him though. And he so aptly named this song "A New Wave of Thinking," and so it's easy to connect with him. So it's HSE TV. Yes, and so on YouTube. So if you want to connect and see what Sunstar cousin Moshe got going on, go check him out, because he always coming on with some knowledge and shining light through wisdom on his channel. So Sunstar Elia has laid down the law of Ma'at, and enforcing things that need to be enforced on here, being a sound voice for the male presence here on the topics and concerns of change and our betterment as we the people, and a new wave of thinking brought to you by the Empire of Nubia, we the people. So that's it for tonight. I mean, what more can we say without getting deeper into conversation?
That's a lie.
I didn't hear what you said.
Shout out to Lion King.
Oh, for sure. May Jah Rasta bless you. Appreciate love to the Lion King with honor and respect. In your absence, we still give you honor and proper respect to the creation and building of Empire of Nubia. So it's always love, much love, and it's always respect, much respect, right? And so in saying that, I guess we're ending episode 19. It has been another great episode. And so basically we want to get to some said was said in the show, people too busy being black in other people's business, being black in other people's business, being dead in other people's business. That's what I heard. People are too busy being dead because you ain't living. If you in somebody else's business, you can't be living because you ain't in your own lane. You're not running your own business because you so busy looking over at what somebody else got going on, trying to control what they atmosphere when they taking your energy to have what they have. If you weren't giving them energy and currency, there would be no movement. But instead of taking that currency and that energy to bring something, families ain't together, people separated and divided and arguing rather than coming together and loving and building. And so that's what we're trying to get around here. And if we get back to our original form, we will see that. But we so busy in this conditioned mindset of temporary mental illness, of cognitive dissonance, and we don't think we're sick as a collective whole. So, I mean, we just trying to bring light into this darkness and use our experience, knowledge, information, and wisdom to bring people from a place of cognitive dissonance and into the knowing of self. And if you're willing to take that journey, we're willing to take you along the path and guide the way using our light from within to help you find your own light so you no longer need our light. The whole objective is for you to have your own light, turn it on and keep it on. So, because we got other things to do now. That don't mean we don't want to help, because if we didn't, we wouldn't have even came. We just can't stay. You can't keep my light, because my light got to go and help other people light up too. So you can't keep my light. That's why I deal with people for so long. But then if I see it ain't no growth, what am I keep on? What is we doing? You not finna waste my time. You not finna play with me.
Because I need my light for me. I need my light for me.
Exactly. That's what I will. That's why we turn our light on, so we can see and light our way. But that comes with time. That comes with work. You got to put time in work, doing something to gain. That's like if you had a solar light on the inside of your closet all day, and at nighttime you put it outside and expect it to shine. It's not going to shine. It didn't power up. So we have to learn how to power up. We're not powering up. So that's what we're here to ignite people to power up. I told someone the other day that I'm a walking testimony, and I use my story to ignite people to life. My intentions are to ignite people to want to live, to have a fervor for life. Because how can you look at a person like me who you done seen, been through so many things, still here, having with this energy and having this, heart that I have. It didn't just come out of nowhere, because I ain't used to be this person, because I don't even like people. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't. I try, but I have a problem. And that's a part of me working through my problem that I have with people. So, ill people, but I still love people. You know what I'm saying? I might be ill at first, but then if your spirit and your energy is clean and good, I don't mind. I don't mind. But if your spirit and your energy is unclean, you got to get thee from me. What do you mean? I don't have to share my energy with you. And you can't be mad about it if you got a problem with it and go tell your mammy. So that's all I gotta say. I love y'all. I love being here. I love doing this. This is exciting. And I'm just looking forward to the growth to come, because we're just getting started. And this is and everything starts somewhere. And with anything that you're doing, it's not so much as what you're doing, it's the consistency in which you are doing it, and the energy that's coming with you is what's going to carry it and become the currency. So this is what we're building. And see, the crazy thing is, a lot of people come in and they want change right now. They want it fast and in a hurry. And if you're not giving it to them fast and in a hurry, they don't want to stick by you. They're gonna go find somebody else to leech on to and latch on to and leech off of. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind being slow and steady. I don't mind being slow and steady. We ain't gotta go too fast. Cause guess what? You moving too fast, son. You up to something. I don't trust you. You moving too fast, cause you ain't thought about nothing. You ain't wrote nothing down. You don't have no concerns, no questions. You just going with it. You with the whole program. You ain't even read about it. You can't explain it in your own words. You can't rewrite it in a different. You can't paraphrase anything. Like, you really didn't look at it. You know what I'm saying? So what you leading me into, and that's the factor of leading people into a burning building. You take on information and then you go take off running, want to be the first one to cross the finish line, and you ain't even read the information, all the fine print up in there telling you that if you take this on, then you become dead in the eyes of the law. We get to do with you whatever, and then you go back into slave terms and times, and we get to treat you like chattel and move you around and put you on the market, and you'll do your children for the same thing for generations and generations to come until you realize who you are. So I mean, it's all gonna come to a head at some point, and the separation is gonna be just what you didn't think you was gonna get, but what you thought you wanted. And they're gonna be the ones that we gonna have to have a similar style to FEMA camps for, because you got to go through the deprogramming process. You can't just walk up in here, and you liable to get put out too. I mean, we ain't got to keep you. You You understand? We'll give you a chance, but we ain't got to keep you. The opportunity is for you to get your mind right and deprogram out of cognitive dissonance and temporary. You want a mental health program, right? Okay, we get the mental health program. You got to go through the mental health program first. You can't just come in and be chief of defense. You got to be going through already and coming through out of. But once we get established, you cannot come in and take no high position talking about you finna tell somebody what to do. You a baby. All over again. And we talking about spiritual maturity at this point. Because your age ain't got nothing to do with it, because there's some 60-year-olds around here acting more childish than my 11-year-old child, who is even on the spectrum of autism, and she can have a more intelligent conversation than some of these adults around here. I bet you. Try me. Just try. You ain't gotta listen to me. You ain't gotta believe me. Get in the right position and meet my children. You understand what I'm saying? And they'll tell you, I don't prep them for nothing. I prep them to be safe and to know that they are protected, period. And so, and my whole objective has been to build an army of people who know that they are worthy to be protected, and when I'm no longer here, will still look after them and the children that may come from them for generations to come, covering at each generation to come. There's covering, there's protection, there's security, there's provisions and things of such, because we've put those things in place. If the right people are listening, they're going to carry the message on. And that is the whole purpose of leaving these digital documentations and records, because these are the things that people are going to find and look up. And that's why we have to be also not cautious, but in a sense cautious. I'll just say cautious as to how we name the shows based on the information and what we put in the description of the show, because even though we may go into so many different topics, what's at the front will jar keywords and things like that to be searched, whatever somebody's searching for. So I like to use that type of language that could be searched up and found, shall it be in the interest of someone looking for information that they may come upon these rooms. And so that's what it is. We're here to make a change in a new wave of thinking, in a new wave of thinking, a new wave of thinking, a new wave of thinking, like for real. So are we done? We're gonna go now. We're gonna play a new wave.
For the question that came across the table tonight, next week, should we do a show about trust?
Now here's my question. What's gonna come out of that? Because you ain't even stopped calling yourself black yet. So what you gonna do with a trust? What is it that you really want to know about a trust? What you really gonna do with a trust when you don't even trust the person you sit next to? You don't even trust the person you talk to every day. You don't trust one another. So, yeah, we could talk about trust, but let's be honest. That's the first trust.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing at all. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. However, in joining us, they are entering into a trust. And then the fact that there is an implied trust. and they need to know about the implications of it's working. You've been implied as far as we're concerned. Just because you said you've already been implied, now we need to work out how you're implied. And so that would be the reason. But we don't have to.
No, I mean the way you put see my mind. See how my mind go? I be cut off and shut down and move on. Um, but you made it make sense. And I think it's a good idea to do that because they're willingly coming on to the show to learn. They stay on for quite a while in communication. Lady Che is very interested in learning and forming her own thoughts. I can see her. She's always been open minded and vocal, but now it's more like she's following her own mind and her own heart as to what she wants to concern her compartments with. And so I think it's a beautiful thing, to see that. And so we could dive into that later, but the thing is that it's nice to have her energy, because she comes with questions and her questions are valid questions. And when she's sharing, I'm happy that she feels a safe, like she's in a safe space to share her story. She has an amazing story, one that most people wouldn't even be able to fathom. You know what I'm saying? She's one of those people. And so she's significant, and she's worthy to be loved and honored and respected. You know what I'm saying? And her story is, it's significant. It needs to be heard because she ain't the only one. Some other people done been through the same thing she done been through. You know what I'm saying? And so if people can identify and they see her going through and saying, okay, hey, well, I see her story is a lot like mine. You know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with things similar to that, and I see how she asking these questions, which the questions I like them and the way they answer. It's like, it just everything. Every seed starts as a small core to something bigger. A small core to something bigger. And there's a process of growth and development. And so we're just in those stages. And so I believe that if we continue to hold fast and to stay steady on our journey in a new wave of thinking and continuing to make the moves that we're doing, and we'll be all right. The people will come because things are happening, and it's already, everybody's working on their own things. And so once we all come together, it's just all gonna make sense anyway, and hey, look, you may come on the show and you may participate in whatever way you participate, but if you don't ever change your heart, you still can't come. We spent time. We tried. But if you don't change your own heart and your own mind, you still can't come. You got to answer them questions at the door. And them questions are the 48 laws of my. And if you can't get past the front door, so it gonna come to a point to where we realize you're not going past the door. We're not finna keep doing that. Because it takes away from the consistency of growth. And I honestly, I feel like I be feeling like sometimes that it be a setup. You know what I'm saying? Like to come on just to see and try to throw off the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? And when you dealing with being on the internet and how people are on these shows, your algorithm can be thrown off through frequency and vibrations. And so I be on that level with things. Yeah, we cool and everything, but what's really your intentions? What's really your intentions? You know what I'm saying? Stop playing. I get tired of people playing. You know what I'm saying? You too big, you too grown for that. So, you know, I don't want to let stuff like that keep going like it's unnoticed. It is. We see you. You know what I'm saying? We hear you. We know we acknowledge what's going on, and we allowing it because we didn't have some good runs for a few weeks. It's about time for a little bit of shimmy sham. You know what I'm saying? We could do a little shimmy sham with you for a minute. But you ain't finna come on here and do that, because don't nobody do that on your platform. Well, I guess maybe that's how he feel on his platform, because we used to come on there and change the whole subject. We used to change the whole subject every time. And so maybe that's why he doing what he doing. I don't know. But all I know is what I said. I said what I said. And that's what it is. So if you agree, yeah, I mean, it ain't nothing to discuss. There's law now.
Amen.
And that's it. That's all. So here we go. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication and the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islam. Honors to everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, SciStar, for another brilliant show and making all of us a success. And congratulations to our first rotation of various artists of us with some good vibe music. Peace and love, people. Till next week.
And we out of here with love and respect. Agape love.